owangudde sebo abantu bava mu breakfast breakfast weetonde ebyokunconfusinga mwasuze kati ka highlight video muyina bu moments bwe mugira kubanga saagala musale busazi kyonna kye mufuna naye just anvuddeko ali mu birala sebe esimu azikwatira ku laptop olowooza tunaamusobola omwaka guno tetulinda ogujja Morning, comrades. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Someone is greeting me. Good afternoon. Can we give him a response? I don't want to give it to him alone. He's moving too fast. Yes, I hope we're all well. Maybe we could take just 2 minutes to settle in and get ready for the day. So we can send the last message. We could even send messages to comrades who are still out there. Is your neighbor here? Do you have a contact of your neighbor? We need to get contacts. So maybe before we get started, allow me to share just around a few things. Comrades, I need attention. I'm one of those people that need attention. I truly need it. I don't want to be ignored. I don't know whether it's a nice thing. But I need it. Yes, Now I have your attention. I like that. That's how we are starting the day, with full attention. So there are things we request to do. As we all recognize, we have the media team here, and we want to document to the maximum. So there is a component of documentation that we would like to do, maybe during the breaks, where the media team will reach out to you to share your experiences, like your experience, having been part of this Civil Society Forum on aligning investment policy framework to climate and sustainable development goals. Just briefly, in a minute, what stood out for you? And moving forward, what do you commit to do? Just simply that. You could actually speak to the issue that resonates with your area of work. maybe something that was hinted on, or something new that you learned. Or you could even appreciate the organizers and encourage them to do more of the same. Or you could even say, we need actually the feedback. So maybe to guide you better, the feedback that we need is based on the issues we've discussed. What do you have to say about the forum? What stood out for you? Just briefly. And when I come to you, it will be because we need you to speak to the media team, just briefly. Because I know Siatini, TNI, both ends, SOMO will need this information. And it's part of evaluation, whether we met the objectives and the expectations. And just to remind us, there are some two charts on the wall. Ideally, you can ignore the words there and just keep one thing in mind. It's the parking lot. Whatever you want to actually, maybe you need one of us to explore it further, you can have it right there. Any suggestions, ideas you have, you can jot them down there. Any actions that you're proposing, you can jot them down there. So please, let's make use of the charts. And on another note, I hope we are sailing well, because we don't want to leave anyone behind, and we truly appreciate, but we would like to revisit that session just to get any questions, any contributions, and in case any of us needs to get any clarification, at least we have the distinguished comrades here who led the sessions, who will be sharing with us. So without further ado, I'd like us to delve into that straight away. So now is the moment for us to share and make any contributions to that discussion. I'm not sure whether we need to be reminded of what the session was about, but the session was looking at the nexus between investment and key development dimensions. And some of these key development dimensions included climate change and gender, extractives, land rights and agriculture, human and labor rights. Yes, I think that was it. But in case you want to truly contribute and add any other key development dimension that wasn't addressed, you could still speak to the same. So now is the moment. So yesterday we had a number of comrades who presented, and they shared on behalf of the groups. So you might want either one of them to respond to your question, or the group members to respond to your question, because we have very many experts in the room, so it would be a good opportunity for them to also share their insights. So now is the moment. I have the microphone. I'm ready to move it around. Any leftovers that we can start with? Unfinished business for yesterday. Although it's not good to start with leftovers, but for now. Oh, great.
Thank you very much. I have observed since the conversation started that we have been glossing over the governance question. Whenever we are talking about the nexus between investments and land rights, agriculture, human rights, extractives, and all the issues we have been discussing, we have not been forthright in stating that because most African polities have not gotten the governance question right, the challenges seem to be recurring, both of capacity, but also of ability to resist the, call them, impositions of global north states and companies. You have been observing that global north states come, sign their bilateral international investment treaties and agreements, and then they tell you it is the private sector to do this. The private sector is being driven, supported, babysitted, and nurtured by its own state. Here in Africa, our governance systems and states are doing nothing for the indigenous private sector. And we think that this indigenous private sector somehow by magic will rise to the occasion and compete with the northern private sector, which is being supported, driven, and pushed by its own state. Why don't we interrogate the unwillingness and readiness of the African states to support the indigenous private sector, or to force the northern private sector when it comes here to work with our indigenous private sector so that we can develop our own domestic capacity to invest and become profitable and productive. But two, for the African countries to benefit from their extractives and other investment opportunities that are present, we are not going to rely exclusively on foreign investment, because whenever there is something small, these people can repatriate their profits and the investment goes down. What have we done to capacitate the private sector in Africa, make it competitive, but also a reliable partner in the development process? How can civil society then engage our states and private sectors so that there is some reasonable convergence around development of intra-Africa or local investment and investment capacity for our private sector? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will have to engage someone, one of the experts in the room, to respond to this, because he raises an issue that is also connected to the issue of limited productive capacity. But also, as we discuss that, there is the whole issue, for example, in the case of Uganda, every time there are challenges and we engage the state, the government, there are responses that we receive that you see we opened up, we have a liberal economy, we're sustaining a liberal economy. And then on the other hand, we advocate for a strong role of government in the economy, because you can't leave it all to the private sector. Then the most marginalized will not be supported. And we're in an era of austerity measures, where even when you look at access to social services, out-of-pocket spending is gradually increasing. During the pandemic, we actually experienced the wrath of, crises at play. Beyond the health, there were various crises at play. So all that needs to be interrogated deeper. But I would like to, I don't know whether I would be hijacking, but allow me to do so, to request Comrade Rob to respond to the issue that Comrade Rwengabo is raising of the private sector, where we expect the private sector to do magic. And it's the private sector that is not supported. Thank you.
Yeah, I think obviously the private sector is a critical role player, and also that it's important that they are brought into the dialogues and discussions on policy issues. But I also think that it's very important that we kind of distinguish between the different parts of the private sector. So what we really need is we need people who are investing in developing productive capacity. That's what we need. And we need to work and prioritize them. And that means a willingness to deploy industrial policy. That means that we do make rules and regulations that favor them over others. So, there will be importers and people making money from importing products that are going to compete with things that can be produced. So we need to be cracking a system that is favoring the producers, the local producers, rather than the ones who are going to be making money out of importing. It's about seeking a structural transformation in the productive capacities of our countries. That's what it's about. We inherited from colonialism, and it's been reproduced under neocolonialism, which is where we live at the moment. We reproduced the role of producers and exporters of primary products and importers of finished goods. That's where we are, mostly. A little bit here and there, there's a little bit of a difference, but not much. And that little bit tends to be shrinking rather than expanding. I think that's really the truth of where we find ourselves. So I think that's where it is. But my experience as well is that if you bring in the private sector and say, guys, what do you want? They'll come up with a host of demands, and they probably are subsidies, and they probably are rent-seeking measures of one sort or another. So there's got to be a willingness to lead. And that's what the successful developmental states have all done. I mean, you know, just to give one example, we had a meeting after 2010's FIFA World Cup in South Africa. And business came in and they told the president, you know, look, we all worked together, this was wonderful, now we want to take over the health sector and the education sector and everything. And they said, well, when President Park called in the Chaebol in Korea and asked them to develop a plan, that's when Korea really took off. And I said to them, I said, well, actually, that's not my understanding of South Korea's history. President Park developed his own plan. He showed it to the Chaebol. They didn't like it. They said, no, we can't have a shipbuilding industry, for example. He put them in jail for the weekend on tax charges, and they all came out and they loved it. Now, that's a sort of extreme version, but I mean, leadership is important as well. And the influence of, I think that working classes and the poor, the influence of those forces is just nowhere to be seen. We don't even think of bringing those in. But in fact, trade unions, in my experience, have a very deep understanding of what's going on in their industries and have got quite a lot of knowledge and experience, and particularly where the industry is struggling. I'll give an example. In South Africa, the Clothing Textile Workers Union is probably more in tune with the development of the development strategy of the industry than half the owners of the industries. So I think those are the sort of points I would make about that. So yes, it is important to bring them in, but far too often we sit in meetings and we say, everyone else is just yapping, doesn't matter. Now let's bring in the private sector. This is where real wisdom is. And I think many people in the private sector, they are not strategic thinkers. They are running a business day to day, and we must understand that. And they face day-to-day problems which come out as demands. And I think that we also need the strategic leadership and direction. So that would be my take on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Comrade Rob, for those wonderful insights. There is something that he underscored, the issue of productive capacities. I remember in one of the engagements we had in October this year, the CFTA Regional Forum, EAC SADC Regional Forum, we explored the issue of productive capacities, but also connecting it to the issue of policy space. That what we don't have is policy space. Although we emphasize more the issue of productive capacities. So Comrade Ranga, as you also contribute, could you also speak to that and put it in perspective? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think Rob raised some very important points, particularly around the type of the private sector that we have in Africa, which if you go into history, you will notice that many African countries dominated by foreign companies, which really constitute a huge percentage of our private sector, which is why it's important to grow our own domestic private sector. But for us just to do it without instituting some reforms, it's really difficult because most countries, they do not have competition policies that will ensure that you have domestic private sector that can grow organically from, within the countries. Now, what is critical, which I believe is something that we need to look at as CSOs and perhaps in our advocacy push for that, is to have deliberate policies that will ensure linkages between the multinational corporations in our countries and the upcoming domestic private sector, where you have some mentorship programs for the transfer of skills, transfer of technologies, but you can identify those that are willing to do so. And then they can also be supported through the state and through other mechanisms that are available also for the domestic private sector, such that skills, technology are actually transferred to this to the domestic private sector, and there is hand-holding, there are mentorship programs, such that they can also still do the same. And that way, I think we will be moving towards structural transformation of our economies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Ranga. You've underscored the issue of deploying the right policy tools, and it's very Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to add on the issue of the appropriate policy tools. Ranga, you have talked about competition policy, that some countries don't have competition policies. But even those countries which have competition policies, they are not geared towards growing the local private sector. You know, they are talking about leveling the field, compete, you know. And I think we need to go back to the WTO, why the Singapore issues, and why these issues of competition policy, investment, government procurement were rejected in the WTO, because developing countries wanted policy space to be able to say we are competing, but we are not equal, you know, to ensure that when we talk about mergers and acquisitions, not for the big boys, but for the local private sector. And I think we have also been talking about the investment policy, you know, and I think this is also very important to see how we can be able to use the investment policy to be able to grow our local private sector, issues around joint ventures. And that's why the national treatment is very, very important, to put exceptions, that there are things which you need to give to your own private sector, local private sector, which you shouldn't give to the other private sector. And that also goes to government procurement. You know, the way you procure government services can also help to be able to grow the local private sector. So I agree, Ranga, we need to look at how we craft our policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for contributing to that discussion around deploying the right policy tools, but also using these policies, for example, investment. And Comrade Ranga and Comrade Jane have clearly elucidated on that, on how we can use investment policy and, for example, issues of hand-holding, mentorship programs, joint ventures, and much more. But also, there is an issue that was raised yesterday that maybe one of us could speak to, the issue of structural marginalization. Because we're in an era where we're dealing with emerging challenges, but also long-standing challenges. So we need to interrogate that a little bit and find some solutions to that.
Good morning. My response, I was just to contribute to the earlier discussion. I think for us, Africa, responding or leveraging on the productivity he just mentioned, there are fundamental steps, you know, that we neglect or we don't rather consider important. We keep opening up the economy, talking about competition, but we are competing in an unequal environment. We are competing with entities that have subsidiaries all over the world. I think for Africa to expedite productivity is African government taking basic steps, for instance, infrastructure, providing the enabling environment, and that enabling environment is in terms of what will lead productivity within our countries. I take instance of my own country. The president keep moving from one country to the other. He never, I think the number of time he spends outside is more than the one he spends at home looking for FDI. You are looking for FDI in a country that companies are leaving, moving to nearby countries, looking for FDI. The question is, you look inward, why are companies even leaving? You know, you don't have power. Nigeria has spent over $20 billion over the last 10 years, to enhance our supply. But it's not there. Funding darkness. And the World Bank is funding that. I was opportune to meet World Bank President in Morocco during the annuals, October. And during the CSO forum, I raised that question. You've been funding power sector in Nigeria for years, and you are funding darkness. What have been the milestone? What are the things put in place, to check the productivity of your investment in Nigeria? Do you know what he said? They don't intervene in country's sovereignty, which is a lie, because you provide a prescription upon which such loans are taken. So such are more important. Provide certain infrastructure, ensure security, ensure the security, enhance raw material production, value chain, and all that. You see FDI coming, you see investment coming, but not moving across the country. So I just wanted to say what can leverage the productivity he mentioned.
Thank you, Comrade Celestine. You raise very critical issues. And the issue of directing investments to strategic sectors also needs to be interrogated and explored a little bit further. But also the issue of making investments work for the people. Because in a number of host communities, communities only decry the negative externalities of these investment projects, especially land-based investments. And the group that was addressing the issue of land rights and agriculture explored that, where in Chiliandongo, there are some companies, investors from UAE, United Arab Emirates, that actually were given land concessions. But when you look at what happened before that, was land grabs at gunpoint. So all that is happening. And how can we then be able to attract investors in strategic sectors, but also linking that to what Comrade Jen and Ranga have explored, the issue of addressing productive capacities, so that we use investment policy to handhold the domestic private sector, so that there is skills transfer, there is technology transfer, and avoid the whole issue of attracting footloose investors that are only attracted because of concessions like land, concessions, tax holidays, and all that. We could get just one more person to contribute to this, then we delve into another exciting presentation on, because now we're getting to exploring specific pathways or solutions and alternatives. So Comrade Bat Jap will be sharing with us on exploring reform processes in the investment treaty regime. But just one person could contribute. Yes, thank you. And then we close this. But it's exciting. We are fired up.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yesterday, I was interested in making some interventions on the land and agriculture aspects of the discussion. One of the things I learned in my economic policy classes has to do with, if you want to enhance investment and industrial policies, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, we need to be looking at the backward and forward linkages of industrial investments, particularly in Africa. Now, what do we mean by that? You may, you touch on it when you spoke, Herbert, you touched on it when you spoke about productive capacities, wherein within the industrial value chains, what are the various entry points for local productive capacities? So, for example, you are looking at the shoe industry. How does the value chains respond to such an industrial expansion? That is one critical area that governments in Africa need to look at and interrogate seriously. Because until we are able to identify the backward and forward linkages, how do the productive capacities contribute towards creating employment? Because employment or unemployment is becoming one of the critical big areas of challenge in Africa. And once we cannot provide employment opportunities for our people, there's no way we can grow our gross domestic products. And that is why I was particularly interested when we spoke with Professor Olabisi, looking at how do we change the economic infrastructure of Africa so that we are contributing productively. Until you increase the productive base, there's no way you can grow the economy. What do we see now in Africa? We see the supply chains. We see goods and services produced outside the country where backward and forward linkages are enhanced, and we are basically, adding value in terms of buying. That must stop in the more contemporary industrial policy in Africa. Thank you very much.
So you actually made the case for forward and backward linkages, and that's something that we've been keen about at Siatini, especially in view of how we attract FDI in the East African community. For example, the case of Uganda, some of the factories, especially the industrial parks, seem to be like islands, and the people in the community don't know what is going on in those parks. So how can we have forward and backward linkages? But also the issue of connecting investment to the issue of productive capacities. You've touched on the same, but also Comrade Jen and Comrade Ranga highlighted the same. So I think this discussion can go on, but right about now it's time for the next exciting presentation from Mr. Comrade Bat Jap, who will be sharing with us on exploring reform processes in the investment treaty regime. So we are delving into alternatives, solutions, pathways. Welcome, Bat.
Thank you.
Could you please relay the presentation forwarded from Bat? I sent it yesterday. But it's coming. Yeah, you could.
Yeah? Okay. Good morning. How are you all feeling? I'm pretty overwhelmed with everything we have been discussing so far and all the amazing input that you've all provided. This has been truly an amazing experience so far. I don't want to take too much of your time. We have so many presentations. There will be some presentations after me coming as well. So I'll try to keep it very, very short while we're waiting for the slides. So my intervention is basically about exploring the landscape a little bit of what is happening at the moment when it comes to certain reform processes in the investment regime. A lot has been discussed already, so I won't go into too much detail. But I think it's important to just understand a little bit what's happening. There are different reform processes at national level, but also at the international level. Yeah, great, thank you. So that's what we'll be exploring. But first of all, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so I'm a senior researcher at SOMO, which is a Dutch abbreviation for the Center for Research on Multinational Corporations. We're based in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. We work together with different partners across the world We are a research organization. We do action-based research to help communities, to help workers, human rights defenders in their struggle against corporate power. We work on many different topics. We work on climate justice. We just recently launched a work stream on carbon offsets and problematizing that. We also work on responsible disengagement from fossil fuel industry and infrastructure. We work on business and human rights, strengthening human rights due diligence frameworks, sustainable supply chains. We have a big work stream on critical minerals. And obviously trade and investment is also a part of our work. So a lot of the topics that have been discussed so far really relate to issues that we are working on. And to do a bit of promotion, last year we launched a global help desk for civil society organizations across the world. It's called The Counter, and The Counter offers pro bono corporate research. So if you're interested, you can go to the website, you can do a request, and our colleagues at the Counter team are happy to help you with any kind of research requests that you are having in your work. And we have an upcoming webinar that will explain all the details about the Counter coming up on the 12th of December. And you are happily invited to join if you're interested. So enough with the promotion. Can we go to the next slide? So it has come up a lot in the discussions during the past 2 days. The investment treaty regime and the ISDS regime is in a crisis. And it is at a crossroads, so we could say. A lot of governments, international institutions, they have come to realize that the system that was created 60 years ago is not working. And this has been the result, actually, this realization of all the hard work that civil society organizations have done on this topic, particularly in the Global South, who have been struggling against this system for decades. And when there are now more ISDS cases also in the Global North, civil society organizations in the Global North are also linking up to these struggles from the Global South and collectively and successfully actually have been problematizing the system. And you know, like institutions like the IPCC, which is the UN climate panel, they have explicitly recognized the threat of ISDS for climate action. And last year, the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights and the Environment, David Boyd, he published a very good and very critical report also on the negative impacts of ISDS on human rights and climate action. And he has concluded, as it says in the quote, the ISDS system, with its roots in colonialism and extractivism, is not fit for purpose in the 21st century because it prioritizes the interest of foreign investors over the rights of states, human rights, and the environment. So if this is the conclusion of a UN special rapporteur, that raises the question, like, what should we do, right? Should we reform our investment treaties, or should we revolutionize? And in this presentation, I want to just briefly go to the question of, like, what are the actual political and institutional spaces for change in this investment treaty regime? And the two basic questions that are guiding this exercise is how to deal with the existing stock of investment treaties that have been crafted over all these years and that are causing so much damage and so much harm. And then the second question is how to develop new approaches. And this presentation is not like, I am not the one who, I will not be exploring those. I will just reflect on what countries are actually doing just to show the realm of possibilities. So next slide. So we've already extensively discussed this, but it's very important that governments are rethinking their investment treaties, of course, and think about, like, what are the costs and what are the benefits. So Rob Davis has already brilliantly elaborated on that. But it's a critical question because you know, we should think about like what have these treaties brought us as societies? Did they actually deliver on the promises that were made, right? So do these investment treaties actually increase the promised investments? Do they help to depoliticize investment disputes? That's a very strong narrative because one of the rationales behind these investment treaties was that home states would not be intervening in investment disputes between a foreign investor and a host country. So that would help depoliticizing. But in reality, we see that this is not the case. So home state governments are still very actively involved in defending the interest of their foreign investors abroad. Do investment treaties also help advancing good governance and the rule of law? It's also a very powerful discourse in the mainstream literature and discourse around this. And then, of course, what are the costs? There is increased awareness about all the costs of these investment treaties in terms of exposure to arbitration, the financial liabilities, the damages that governments have to pay to compensate foreign investors, which also leads to a reduced policy space for governments, right? To regulate in the interest of in the public interest, in the interest of their people. And also the regulatory chill effect. So the system is also used by foreign investors to threaten governments to water down certain regulations, to get some extra benefits. And this is called regulatory chill, right? And a lot of countries actually are already engaging with these review processes, as we've heard in the past 2 days as well. Countries like Ecuador, South Africa, Nigeria also recently launched a process where a committee will review all the BITs and discard those that are no longer serving Nigeria's interest. And those review processes should obviously be inclusive and transparent, right, with input from experts and civil society. Next slide, please. So if the conclusion is reached that the current BITs no longer serve a country's interest, termination of investment treaties is a perfectly legitimate and also a legally sound strategy, yeah? So investment treaties, they have termination clauses. We discussed about it also yesterday. So it is perfectly possible to get out of these investment treaties. So countries can leave unilaterally. It is possible, but this will typically trigger a sunset clause, which means that existing investments will remain protected for another 10 to 15 years, depending on the treaty. Now, it is possible that countries can negotiate on neutralizing such a sunset clause, but they could also negotiate on shorter terms, right? But this all depends on the political will of treaty partners as well. So actually a more ideal situation would be that countries terminate their investment treaty by consent, right? And here again, the EU is leading the way. It's actually showing how this can be done. Because in 2018 there was a very important ruling by the European Court of Justice which concluded that the investment treaties signed between European member states, so these are so-called intra-EU BITs, they were unlawful, they were incompatible with EU law. So they had to be eliminated. And the EU set up a plurilateral treaty, actually, by which all of these existing, I think it was maybe 200 investment treaties with one, how do you call it, one stroke of the brush. So immediately all these treaties were terminated legally and politically. Next slide, please. So one process that is currently ongoing and that actually touches upon and builds upon this idea of termination by consent as one of the options is currently happening at the OECD. The OECD is a working stream a couple of years ago on the future of investment treaties, and track one of that work stream explicitly focus on the idea of how to align investment treaties with the Paris climate Agreement and how to align the financial flows with Article 2.1 of the Paris Agreement. And the OECD Secretariat actually has proposed certain methods for removing the benefits to fossil fuel investments. So basically how to limit the possibility for fossil fuel companies and investors to use the ISDS mechanism through a multilateral instrument. So one thing that they've proposed is to make a list and to explicitly define what kind of fossil fuel economic sectors should be covered and what should not be covered or excluded from investment treaties. So one of the proposals that has actually gained quite some traction there is a so-called carve-out for fossil fuel investments. That means that, yeah, what I said, like fossil fuel investments are no longer protected by the investment treaty. And interestingly, one of the options that is actually on the table is when there is no consensus among countries to align their investment treaties with the Paris Agreement, there is the option of termination. So it's quite remarkable, again, that the OECD, which has been always a very conservative international institution when it comes to investment treaties, is now actually discussing or allowing to discuss the idea of termination of treaties. It sounds very positive. We at SOMO are also engaging with these discussions, but of course there are also quite a lot of limitations because these discussions focus exclusively on fossil fuel investments. So obviously there are much more types of climate harming investments that would not be covered by such a carve out. I think of also things related to renewable energy like mining and so on. And these discussions are eventually also restricted to OECD countries, right, to the richest countries in the world. Even though the Secretariat is trying to open it up for non-OECD countries, but yeah, this is OECD driven. Next slide. So another process which has been ongoing for a couple of years, I think already 7 years, is a process at the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, or UNCITRAL. They mandated a working group 3, in 2017 to work on the reform of ISDS. And the mandate said like the working group should first identify certain core issues of concern with ISDS, consider whether reform was desirable, and then find potential solutions. But yeah, it is a very broad space, so there is a lot of participation also from African countries and other parts of the global south. But the scope of reform was very quickly narrowed down to 3 categories. So one, it's about bringing more consistency and coherence and predictability in the arbitration process, so in the decisions of the arbitrators. A second category is about the appointment and the selection of these arbitrators. And the third category is the cost and duration of ISDS cases. So it's very narrow, it's very procedural, focusing on procedural reforms. It does not touch on the substance because the secretariat of this working group, but also the more powerful nations, they make sure that this working group does not touch on the substance of investment protection. So many countries from the global south, but also CSOs, so SOMO also present during the early stages, we have tried to push the agenda here and to broaden the scope for more cross-cutting issues, like the role of domestic courts in the system, the participation of third parties in arbitration, and also the issue of damages. So how are these amounts of compensation being calculated? And these are critical issues for many countries in the global south who are facing these huge compensation awards. And South Africa and Nigeria, they have been very vocal on these issues. They have really, also trying to push the agenda. But the progress is very slow in this working group. The output so far is only a code of conduct for arbitrators, so like an ethical code should behave it has drafted a statute for an advisory center, which in a way is quite important. This advisory center will give technical assistance for countries that lack that, capacity building, legal advice during the arbitration, and helping countries with defense. That is also a big request from Global South countries. It had also drafted some toolkits on the prevention and the mitigation of ISDS. But again, I mean, after 7 years, this is the output so far. So it's very, very limited. It's not touched on the more structural issues, the structural imbalances in this system. It's focused on incremental reform limited to procedural issues. And there is a big divide among the states that are participating. So there is a big divide among countries from the global north who want to do the incremental reforms, do not change too much of the system, and obviously there are the global south countries who really want to bring about more meaningful change. So my last slide. So in light of these multilateral processes, countries are taking different steps to address these issues by themselves in their treaties. We've discussed a lot of these alternative approaches yesterday. I won't go into. So as you can see, you know, countries are removing their ISDS mechanism from investment treaties. They are putting more emphasis on other forms of dispute resolution, such as state-to-state. South Africa is, I think, it's an excellent example of how investment protection has become more embedded within domestic legal systems. And one thing that I want to touch upon is, like, we see a new generation of treaties and models coming up from different in the world. And I want to focus here on these new approaches that are emerging in Europe, because again, these approaches should be seen in light of the legitimacy crisis of ISDS system that emerged over the past 10 years. There has been a lot of civil society movement to criticize ISDS in investment, but also in the EU free agreements. So we had a lot of contestation, civil society mobilization, activism in the context of EU-Canada and EU-US free trade agreements that were negotiated, I think, 10 years ago. So a lot of these European governments, they felt compelled to respond to that criticism, and they have come up with new approaches. But actually, when you really look at it, it's not that new, right? So when we look, for example, at the Netherlands has drafted a new model text, a model BAT, in 2019, and it aims to use that model to renegotiate all of its 75 BATs, right? So it's quite ambitious. Negotiations can take years, but when you look at that model, it's basically keeping the system as it is and tweak a little bit, right? So, for example, all the investment protection standards that Rob talked about during the first day, so on expropriation, on fair and equitable treatment, they are still there, but there is an attempt to further clarify them, what it actually means. There is a huge emphasis on the right to regulate, and there are references to various sustainable development provisions. But in the context of actually ISDS cases that we see, it's very uncertain and very unclear what these types of reforms will produce and if they can actually produce some meaningful change, right? Because they are still interpreted in the same way by the arbitrators as the old standards. I also want to briefly touch upon the process of how the Netherlands actually drafted this model text. And I have to say it has been quite an inclusive and transparent process. So the Dutch government drafted a text. Civil society organizations were invited to comment and to be consulted. There was an online consultation, so everybody could actually see the text and give their comments. There have been debates in the parliament about it, also interactions with international institutions. Obviously, from a SOMA perspective, we're not quite, we're still not very happy with the final result, but still, I mean, the process, we have to acknowledge that. And there were quite some interesting changes there. And also at EU level, a similar dynamic took place in the wake of all these protests that happened. In a new generation of European free trade agreements, you know, there has also been a new approach developed, which is called the EU Investment Court System, and it focuses more on also on the institutional reform of the ISDS mechanism. So it's so they come up with a fixed list of arbitrators where that can be chosen for a dispute. There's more transparency. There is an appeal mechanism. So it's quite some institutional reforms that can have impact, but still it's not touching the core issues. So we really need to talk about a more transformative approach, right? And I want to really recommend also the work ISD has been doing on this. Like, how should we think about investment treaties, right? What is the purpose? What are the problems that these are trying to solve? And also, I think we should recognize and try to understand better, as we were just discussing this morning, what are actually the roadblocks and what are the drivers for investment, right? So investment is still important to build up a sustainable future, but what is actually needed to get that investment, and how can we put conditions in place that the investments are delivering on their promises? I think those are critical questions, thank you very much. I'm very looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bart, for that great presentation. I think we are getting into that session where we're looking at alternatives, and Bart is kickstarting that. Pathways, solutions, especially the issue that he elucidated on of neutralizing the clauses, sunset clause and the regulatory chill, because in terms of the review, he elucidated on the efforts that have been launched by the government of Nigeria, but also opening our eyes to the reality of reviewing, that you can't just review from the dark. Government has to be intentional on how it wants to neutralize that, all, even if it can achieve the neutralization, so that those clauses also in a way don't hurt countries, especially developing countries. And the number of issues that have come up already in the East African community, where Tanzania has already been plugged into such cases. There was a potential case in Uganda around the Total tallow oil, and in different countries, all the ISDS cases are coming up. So it's now time for Q&A, and it would be great if we keep it short, so that you introduce yourself, say your name, make your contribution, and then we pass on the microphone to another. We could have a few of us contribute to this, and then we get into the closure of this session, where Bart will respond. Thank you.
I'm Webeka Libala. To Comrade Bart, you talked about the EU investment court system. You didn't talk about the multilateral investment court. If you could speak to it a bit. It's of interest to investment in that space.
Thank you. The name?
Thank you very much, Bart. We've been talking a lot, and you know my area of it very much. I'm very happy about the positions you've presented, and they fall very much. Have ways of trying to deal with BITs is to limit it to only OECD. Is that what I heard? If it is, then that's a very right decision. But would they also consider limiting it to only mother companies operating in a particular country? In other words, no subsidiaries should be allowed in any way to benefit from the BITs. Is that a possibility? Now, regarding the prescription on arbitration, I think that one of the issues is the technicality associated with the arbitration clause. In as much as we can circumvent it, if the language of the arbitration clause is written in a certain way, it is almost impossible for you to circumvent. Because the first thing that you are taught when you are drafting an arbitration clause is to state clearly that all disputes arising out of this relationship shall be referred to arbitration. It means that no other method can be used. Even if you go to your domestic courts first, the lawyers of the particular company would come in and then bring in this clause and put it before the court, saying that we have all agreed that when there's a dispute between us, the best thing is we should refer to arbitration. And the court will be forced and compelled to stay proceedings and then refer to arbitration. Additionally, you are told to include the fact that awards by any arbitral institution is final and binding, meaning that you can't appeal. Once they give the award, that's the end of the matter. You can't go anywhere. You are finished. And you must also define which particular arbitration institution is going to do the arbitration. And they will determine the arbitrators, where they come from, even sometimes the language and how it is done. Those are the issues associated with this particular procedural matters. So for me, personally, one of the challenges we have to deal with, important component of the BITs, and which most people declare as a boilerplate clause, one that is always boiling and bringing solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comrade Keta.
Thank you, Bart, for that. I just have one comment on the United Commissions on International Trade Law. You mentioned on the last part of it about the emerging issues that the CSOs are trying to push. One key amongst them is the climate change. In our discussions, I think from yesterday, it's been apparent that one of the issues that belittle the international trade, or how we look at it, is most of the investors still view Africa as a source of raw material. And my senior from Ghana has really been retaliating, how can Africa be the source of finished products? So I don't know, in those discussions, if the panel is also trying not to look at Africa, not only from a source of raw material, but also from setting up industries that could then, we can deal with finished products. Also on the same point, one of the issues that we deal with, especially most African nations, is tax evasion. We've all heard about the subsidies investors have. Lots of taxes. If you read through the Netherlands-Kenya BIT, amongst the issues was the net profits were supposed to be taken back to Netherlands. How is that being dealt with in the current conversations? If you may have some knowledge on that as well.
Thank you, Comrade Keta. Yes. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm not asking question. Rather, I want to make a comment in relation to the open question you left, which is very important. You said what should be in place to ensure that businesses are delivering their purpose. I think that's fundamental because it's not just enough to attract FDI, but what does that FDI doing? What are they doing in terms of contributing to the productivity within the country? And I think this has been very elusive going around Africa. You know, the emphasis on FDI, but realizing the potential upon which they are, you know, attracted into the country. We have not been able to put up the requisite strong monitoring mechanisms in place. If an FDI is in the country, a company is in the country, is given a license to operate over a 5-year period, over a 10-year period. What are the mechanisms, milestones to check that this company is actually delivering over the period? Let's say in 3 years, in 2 years, in the 5 years. But this is not in place. What is rather happening is that they enjoy, you know, the environment of the country through different aspects of support provided by the state. For instance, a company comes in, it was given, you know, a concession of the base that it will employ certain number of people over the next 5 years, 10 persons, 20 persons, but there's never mechanism to go back and check in this. The second one is the abuse. You know, the abuse, human rights issues, especially around Chinese, Lebanese company, and the way we run to them in the name of investment, but they are not providing anything. They are not contributing in the real sense in terms of growing our local economy. And a major factor also is checking, you know, capital flight, also checking illicit financial flows. Most of them eventually becomes conduits through which funds are siphoned out of the country. Illicit financial flow. We've been silent on that, but that's a major challenge. In fact, the investment coming to Africa annually is nothing compared to the quantum of illicit flow that flows out of the country. Previously, Thabo Mbeki's report showed $15 billion annually. That has surpassed 70 billion currently. What is the quantum of FDI coming to Africa annually? Is another open for reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. Comrade Fernando.
Thank you, Bajab. I'm really happy that you presented in a way in which you did, because I think you're sort of providing a reality check of what this is supposed to be about and what it's not. I just wanted to say one very specific thing, and that is that we are already hearing a lot in the North about reforming investment agreements. In particular, they're going through the sort of the big demand that we have made for many years, and that is protection, and that is investment protection reform in the context of ISDS. One of the things that happened in the last month was that we attended a meeting with some politicians where they talking about the EU investment protection reform. But actually, in substance, and I wanted to repeat this because Bajab emphasized that, is that the reforms that they are proposing in substance are not really changing a lot. I think the ISDS system is a little bit there to stay in their vision. And I think that when we hear from the North reforms, especially investment protection, it is important that we go back to these questions that Bajab outlined. And I hope that we can have them in the declaration, because as long as they are there, we can always assess if what they mean by reform it's in line with these questions that we need to ask from civil society. That's what I want to say, no question, and with that in mind, I'll pass it to Herbert.
Thank you so much, Comrade Fernando. I would like to invite Comrade Bart to respond to questions emerged, but also the issue that you hinted on, Comrade Bart, of neutralizing the issue of sunset clause, regulatory chill. How can that be achieved? And of course, not forgetting the role of CSOs that has been under. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for these very thoughtful and provoking questions and comments. Really appreciate it. So I'll try to address them in the order that they were posed. So first, the question on the proposal by the European Union to work on a multilateral investment court. So again, this is a proposal to further streamline, to further entrench and institutionalize a system that is basically and essentially an ad hoc system. So an ISDS, it only emerges when a foreign investor brings a claim against the government. It's then where they select and appoint the arbitrators on a case-by-case basis. So these are appointed and paid for per case. And that creates incentives for these arbitrators, because it's only foreign investors that are allowed to bring a claim. And in a system where only the foreign investor can bring a claim, and where the arbitrators are appointed and selected and paid per case, this creates a systemic bias, right? The arbitrators are inclined to rule in favor of the foreign investors, so they are reassured that they can be appointed for another case. And this has been broadly and widely acknowledged. That's why we have all these reform processes. It's a list of arbitrators that are selected by governments, so not by the investors, by governments, so it's more public control over who is handling the cases. That can be chosen and be appointed in specific arbitration cases. Now the EU is proposing this in its bilateral free trade agreements, and they call it investment courts. It's not really a court, but it's a bilateral mechanism to handle disputes, but also it will create an appeal mechanism, right? So that's a more structural reform of this system. And there's more transparency. There are some other issues related to the conduct of arbitrators. So one of the main problems also is that arbitrators, they are involved in double hatting. So they take on multiple roles in this arbitration system. So it's important to realize that these arbitrators, they are not judges, that as we know in domestic systems, right? They are private arbitrators, they're lawyers, they're academics. Sometimes they have connections to the private sector. Yeah, so in some cases they operate as obviously in another case double hatting. That's also one of the issues that is being addressed at the moment. But again, these are procedural issues, and the EU is trying now to establish a multilateral investment court. So that will be an international body, a standing mechanism where investors can bring their claims against governments. And that's actually one of the proposals that the EU is pushing for at the United Nations Working Group that I was talking about. Other members of that working group are engaging with that proposal, but there's not a lot of enthusiasm yet for this. So it's very uncertain whether this multilateral court will actually materialize. Then the question by Justin. You're raising a very, very important issue, right? The issue of abuse of investment treaties through treaty shopping. And actually that's where the Netherlands comes in again. The Netherlands is a notorious tax haven. A lot of multinational corporations, wealthy individuals, they store their assets, they store their investments in the Netherlands. They route their investments through the Netherlands. basically for fiscal reasons, right? For tax reasons. But also to take use of the Dutch investment treaties. And that's why we see that the Netherlands is the States. And that's precisely because all these companies are setting up subsidiaries. And I agree, this abuse should be tackled, absolutely. And that's actually one of the positive things that has come out of this reform process in the Netherlands. Even though we still have some reservations with the new model that the Netherlands has created, one of the things that we as civil society have pushed for a lot is to take out this abuse, to take out the possibility for these so-called mailbox companies in the Netherlands to take use of these investment treaties. And that I think is a very positive development. You also had some comments on arbitration. Yeah, one of the things of the system is that by signing investment treaties, you consent as a state to arbitration in advance. So as you rightfully pointed out, states agree to resolve all of these disputes emerging in the future in the investment treaties under arbitration. You know, there are some proposals to deal with that. Some think tanks like the Columbia Center for Sustainable Investment, they drafted some language on how to withdraw that consent. There are some new investment treaties. I think Indonesia has also made some proposals on doing arbitration on a case-by-case basis. So you give your consent on a case-by-case basis. So there are options there that governments can do. You can also think of limiting access to arbitration, right? So one of the things that we have pushed for example, is a clean hands clause. So only it's still not a very structural reform, but still you can think of like certain conditions that foreign investors should meet before they are able to go to arbitration, such as respect for human rights and so on, and not being involved in corruption or whatever. Yeah, then the role of CSOs. I think this is a very crucial issue, and this is also a very critical time to discuss it. And I think that is also why we are here. And we need to talk about the civic space. And I do recognize there is a big difference in the civic spaces across the world. And coming from the Netherlands, we are very privileged to have that civic space, to engage with policymakers, to engage in these international processes. And I really do recognize that this is a struggle for many CSOs in different parts of the world that do not have the resources or the capacity or whatever. So I think these types of meetings that we're having here are so crucial to make the linkages, to help, to support each other, to see where are the critical avenues to intervene. And intervention can be done on very different levels. So not only inside of these institutions, but also in raising awareness, right? In approaching the media, in sharing the stories, in social media campaigns. Campaigns have been crucial in Europe, right, to problematize this issue. And finally, I don't want to take too much time here. Celestine, thank you very much also for your input. And I 100% agree. I think it's maybe a bold statement, but I think we need less foreign investment, but we need better foreign investment, right? So if you look at the statistics, 40% of global FDI is what the IMF calls phantom capital, phantom investment. It's moving around through different jurisdictions, also through the Netherlands. The Netherlands plays a key role in here, to avoid their tax liabilities and avoid governance gaps. So we need to get rid of these investments. It's not delivering. It's not helping countries in their economic transformations. We talked about mergers, acquisitions. We also need to think about private equity investments, right? In all kinds of public services. So again, we need foreign investment, particularly in productive capacities. We need to address also the abuse by foreign investors, as Celestine also mentioned, right? So that's also why we are working on stronger frameworks on due diligence regulations, human rights regulations. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Butt. A round of applause for Comrade Butt. Like he indicated, the conversation is not stopping with his presentation. We're continuing to discuss and interrogate all these issues. But of course, he has ignited the fire and also shared some insights and information on what's happening in the EU, but also learning from what's happening in Netherlands. The level of civic space are different across countries and regions. He indicated it. And of course, we can learn from them how they engage the policymakers. Because at the beginning, I remember Comrade Otieno talked about the Global South, Global North partnership in your expectation. So I think that's when we deepen the partnerships and also learn from them and get the much needed information. And to thank both ends that has done the BIT tracker, because most times we don't engage because as CSOs, because we also don't have the information. But with partners, like both ends, SOMO and the rest, and TNI were able to get all that information and know what's happening in Netherlands and in the EU so that we can be able to engage from this side. And without further ado, but before I go on, I would like to inquire from us whether we can proceed, because it's 20 minutes to 11, but we have 2 presentations, actually 3 left before we finish this session. And it's important to collectively agree before I keep us here. Should we proceed? Okay, we can proceed with at least 2 presentations, then have break tea. Would that be okay? All right, thank you. So I would like now to invite Comrade Esther Tsembo, who is going to be sharing with us on strengthening human rights due diligence frameworks and binding treaty or similar binding instruments. The media team, I forwarded that presentation from Comrade Esther Tsembo. From ActionAid Uganda, ActionAid Nigeria. Kenya, ActionAid Kenya. So she's representing many RECs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther. I'm here to talk about the UN Binding Treaty on Transnational Corporations and Human Rights, or the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights. I'm just going to be giving a brief background, the purpose, the process, and then also the action, the different engagements ActionAid has done. But I'll also go ahead to share what are the next steps and what can we do in our different states or countries regarding this. I think since we started, the discussions have been more on investments, and I think it's a cross-cutting thing that we're having transnational corporations in most of the countries in the South. And of course, they come with the things. So I think that's a wrong one. I don't know why they are putting this. This is not the right one, but they're trying to share the right one. I'm just going to write that looking at the different transnational corporations that we're having in our different countries, of course, they come with passive power. Especially looking at the adverse implications for political decision-making and governance. And we've also had, we've seen them coming with the neoliberal policies. Of course, all they want is to expand and expand in our different countries. Then they also come with the way of intimidating different governments because they have the power, they have the money, and most of our governments, they want the money anyway. So I think when we had a discussion about the increasing debt burden that we're having, but because of these corporations, they come, they have the money, we want the money.
So because of that, they intimidate our governments, and our governments end up doing what they want. We've also seen, and when this happens, it means that the government is not going to protect the citizens or the interests of the people in the country because of the power that the transnational corporations come with. Then we've also seen the transnational corporations, how can I put it? Our governments have a tendency of making them to be like key partners, you know, and yet as they come, all they want, all their objective is profit making. That's all they want from us. As long as they can make profits, that will be good to go. That's the second slide. I've now moved the second slide. Because of the transnational corporations, we're having violations with human rights. So the second slide is talking about transnational corporations and human rights. The second one, the second slide. We've seen this, I think someone had a discussion yesterday whereby just in 2020, Uganda, we had the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. But it's just a voluntary guideline. It's not binding. So it means that because it's not binding, the transnational corporations are not going to be held liable, you know, because it's kind of soft influence, you know, it's not binding. So they will do what they want and they'll go away with it. And we've seen this happening. And then also we've seen that most of the transnational corporations, they want to block the regulations that our national laws that we're having. And I think that's why we've been having struggles, if I'm to relate to the Paris Agreement, where most of the countries, and maybe relating to what Penny was talking about the ECT, most of these corporations, all they want are profits. So if they have already maybe signed any or ratified any agreement or treaty with them, and then you bring in things like the ECT that is talking about climate justice to them, so all they need, they will ensure that you'll have to pay, because we're looking at environmental degradation, we're looking at pollution and things like that. Then TNCs, that are transnational national corporations, enjoy substantial rights, which are secured through trade and investment agreements. This has been a discussion that we've been having here, and so they are not really obliged, you know, to respect or to do anything with your human rights violations. That's not their business. All they want, you do what they want. The next one. When we talk about transnational corporations, we talk about corporate capture. Here we're talking about corporate power, which is gendered, racialized, and classic specific. Here there's uncertainty, especially wages. We've seen systematic sexual and gender-based violence. Yesterday in the side sessions we had, I think it's Christina who was leading the one for labor rights. And if we're to share the different the different stories we have in our different countries, these are cross-cutting issues. If you're to go and see and talk to the different people who work in these big firms, be it in the factories and most things, most of them, they don't have contracts. They are paid under the minimum wage. If there is anything, maybe they've gotten any injury, they are not being catered for, they don't have any compensation. So these are the issues that come with working with, having these transnational corporations that don't have a legally binding treaty that is holding them. And they also come with issues of letting people being displaced, because we're talking about land grabbing. When they come here with in your different countries, they want the land to use. And so what will happen? I don't know. I don't know what he's sharing anyway. Let's see which slide I'm on. 1, 2, 3. I'm on slide number 4 in the words. Just go up a little. Before why we need a treaty. Yes, thank you. That's why I am. Yes, so I was on point 2. Land grabbing, environmental pollution, mutualization, and conflict. So in Uganda, we've seen very many scenarios of land grabbing, and we've seen people using the military to come and take away people from their own land without compensation, without anything, because they want the investors or the transnational corporations to be given the land, to be given whatever they want at the detriment of the people, the local people. Then we've also had issues of course, we cannot go without talking about women's rights. We can't go without talking about women human rights defenders and the trade unions who face gender-specific forms, because these things come with, our discussion has always been that some people who are being affected most, especially as these things are happening, is these are women. Number one, they will not have anywhere to plant anymore. And they are in Uganda, the percentage of agriculture security is by women. It's over 75. They're the ones that help us with our food basket. So if there are land grabs, it means there's going to be food insecurity. We will not have enough land. And then we're going to have issues of sexual violence. Some of them, we have cases of rape, we have cases of defilement. As they're being displaced, they have to go far to look for firewood, to look for fire, for water, and etc. So we've had very many issues that come with that. And then we have also had issues of most cases when you go to report, they're going to ask you, what evidence do you have? And imagine someone has been maybe raped. It brings stigma, it brings shame, you know. Why? But because the person has been displaced from their land, so they don't have anywhere to go. We've had women reporting who have worked in these factories, in these plantations. They are being raped by the workers, by the workers of those big transnational corporations, but they cannot report anywhere. So all these have come, all these issues that have raised brought, it brought up something to do. How can we bring these transnationals to be legally bound? So now, why do we need the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights? So it is to address the shortcomings, as I've already given you the shortcomings of the soft approach. And the soft approach is most of them were not legally binding, but they were just voluntary. You just voluntary respect or you don't respect. So to address the shortcomings of the soft approach, and this process started in June 2014, and it marked a historical milestone in the UN Human Rights Commission. We had the Intergovernmental Working Group, the IG. The next please, why the treaty? Why the treaty? Yes. Yeah, we had the Intergovernmental Working Group, legally binding instrument to regulate in the international law activities of transnational corporations and other entities. And the goal really was to end the global loopholes and to ensure that TNCs are legally accountable for the human rights violations and the environmental crimes. Next, please. Yeah, so why the treaty? Means that if all states or the TNCs, if they sign or agree to join the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights, they're going to be mandatory. At least they will be legally bound to respect human rights. And if they do this, at least we're going to see enforcing mandatory human rights, due diligence for transnational corporations. We shall see hearing lawsuits in the national courts when their TNCs are accused of human rights violations. We've been having a discussion that most of the suits are not being heard from the national countries. They're always being taken back to the TNCs, and at the end of the day, we all know the results. The results will be more to bending to the other side than here. But the moment you've signed the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights, the lawsuits at least will be heard from the national country where the business is. And then we also see a right for remedy, justice to remedy, because everyone needs to a fair hearing and access justice. So we need this because of these three, as I've highlighted. The next slide, please. The treaty, the UN Binding Treaty, attempts to address the following: the rights of the victims, prevention, access to remedy, liability, and extraterritorial or applicable law. So the rights of the victims, it means that if a TNC comes in the country, they have to, they should recognize that we have already existing laws that we're having here. And because of that, they're supposed to ensure that they protect the victims or the local population. And the victims themselves have a right, in case of any breach, to go to the courts of law and get remedy from the courts of law. Prevention. It will prevent most of these human rights violations at the end of the day. And we shall ensure that the TNCs put in place the different measures to ensure that we don't have human rights violations. This can be having maybe, like in Uganda, we've had to have different mechanisms, like reporting mechanisms, where they get different local, like liaison people between the TNCs and the community. So different things, we can have different measures, like having the environmental assessment being done before a corporation starts any business, like having just agreeing on the different things that can fit that specific project before it starts. Then access to remedy. Here we can look at issues of compensation. We can look at issues of FPIC, at least free, prior, and informed consent before anything is coming in. We can look at issues of resettlement. You know, if the community is going to be affected, issues of resettlement will come in, and any other. And then liability, of course, and now we shall know who is liable in case of any violation regarding to the different MOUs that are being signed. And I think now, I appreciate Uganda, at least we are now having MOUs being signed between the local government and even between the people who are being affected. And these MOUs have different, have different clauses that help to protect the people. And in case of any breach, at least we shall know who is liable. And then the applicable law, we're always saying now we're going to be using our laws vis-a-vis the UN binding treaty if the country has signed it. Next clause, please. The next slide. Yeah. So as I said, 2014 is the one that marked this entire, the one that has treaty negotiations. The slide that has treaty negotiations. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So 2014 is the one that marked the negotiations of having the UN binding treaty. And the leadership was taken by Ecuador, South Africa, and other states in the UN human rights. And the process has kept on going on. So the process is still ongoing since 2014, as I've put there, and the negotiations on the draft text ongoing since 2018 at the UN states. Here we always have experts from NGOs, we have academicians, we have different people who have been part of these negotiations. In 2023, a total of 76 UN member states and Palestine, as well as the EU, representing its 27 states, took part in the negotiations in Cote d'Ivoire, and they spoke on behalf of the African Union with its 55 states. Next, the current status held. The 10th session is to be held this year in December. So we shall have a team in different states going to be part of the negotiations. Currently, the states are negotiating over the third draft and updated third draft of the treaty text. Next. The new updates, the new updated draft weekend, worrisome and elements. Here we are looking at the draft, some key issues that we felt have to be in the legally binding instrument, and they are highlighted down. One, human rights and climate change. These are very, very key, and we feel like that the draft that was there didn't have them, and so during the discussions, this has to be put into consideration. And then issues of access to justice and remedy. This is also very necessary, but at first it wasn't yet considered. Then due diligence, this has also been discussed over and over, due diligence, the provisions to be updated. That have been insufficient, but we need to ensure that we have due diligence, especially for effective participation of the stakeholders. Then the legal liability. is also key. I've also talked about it up there as I was giving a discussion. So now I'm going to just be talking about the different processes or what ActionAid has been doing to support the processes. The next slide, please. So ActionAid since 2018 has been part of the different engagements where we've done research, advocacy, lobby, and awareness raising. We've also helped to support participation in some international coalitions, especially on the Feminists for the Binding Treaty. I think we've been working closely with FIDA Uganda, and I think AMWA has also been part of this, especially on the Feminists for the Binding Treaty. Then we've also done some advocacy at the UN member states for ambitious engagements in the treaty process. We've also done technical support, especially looking at the feminist lens or the analysis of the treaty. Then we've also mobilized members of the ActionAid Federation and the partners to participate in the treaty negotiations, as we shall be seeing in the next slides. ActionAid has also consistently called for the feminist binding treaty. So this is a team from ActionAid. We have Guatemala, we have Nigeria, different countries. When they were for the negotiations, this should have been in 2023 when they were in Geneva for the negotiations. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, still that is it. That's still the process of the negotiations. Next slide. Yeah, so now I'm coming back home. What ActionAid Uganda has done. We've also done research, especially to support a responsive UN binding treaty, gendered responsive UN binding treaty on business and human rights. And this information at least found its so in the negotiations that happened in 2024. We've also done a lot of policy advocacy with a different ministry here, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, on the SIA bill. We've also have co-conveners on the different symposium on business and human rights. We've also participated in different sessions at the African level. This year we're in Nairobi on the Symposium of Business and Human Rights, and also been in the Indaba in South Africa. My colleague Keta is going to just tell us what Kenya has been doing, and then my colleague from Ghana will also come shortly and speak to what they've been doing. Kindly put on that slide for Kenya, the next slide, and then Ghana will come in. Then I'll come in and just conclude.
Thanks, Esther. Some of the things that Esther has mentioned that Uganda is doing is cut across or between what Kenya is also involved in. So as we wait for the next slide, we've also done a study. On some of the corporates that we have in 2 counties. Of interest is the garment processing in Kilifi County in a place called Kikampala. We have a perennial salt belt in Kenya that runs around 30 kilometers along the road, mostly owned by Indians from Kenyan origin, but then we like probably to partner with Somo and really know who are the real owners behind the Indians. And then lastly is a place called Taita. Taita it's a colonial historical case of sisal plantations. Most of these farms were given to ex-soldiers, ex-UK soldiers after World War I. And most of them then came in after World War II. Remember, most of the white settlers in Kenya, the influx was after World War II when their government could not pay them for their services, so they were given land in Kenya to compensate them for their service to the nation. One of the things that we found very interesting in the garment processing area was that almost 90% of the garments are being exported. Yet the conditions under which it's really deplorable. The pay is quite low. Actually, the pay per month is equivalent to selling 2 shirts at any given time. I think they're paid as low as 7,000 Kenya shillings per month. So it's quite deplorable. Marereni, the Kenya National Commission on Human it's also an historical land injustice matter that we've been working on together with others. Currently, the matter is in court. We've together with the Kituo cha Sheria and others, we've been able to lodge the matter in court. It should be coming out for hearing anytime soon. The second issue is on another public interest litigation issue following up is on Yala case. I think we spoke about Yala on our groups yesterday. We've also engaged CSOs on the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. We've done this together with others, not here today, but notably the Danish Institute for Human Rights. We've been able to organize 4 sessions together with them. We've also built capacity on the legally binding instrument. It's a process that we've came to realize, just as what we're discussing here today, not most Kenyan CSOs have been following up very keenly. We speak about the issues that we want to be done, but then we don't know how to leverage our campaign at the international level. We're also working very closely with the Catholic Church. They have the NGO wing of it, the Catholic Peace and Justice Commission, through the Global Interparliamentary Network that we're trying to mobilize parliamentarians together to be part of these discussions. More recently, together with Transparency International, we've been working on a due diligence tool, especially within the extractive, the mining sector, just trying to look at what are the issues that we need to really look at keenly. I want to mention the last one because Esther has extensively discussed, because they probably are the same, apart from also participating in the 10th session of the Geneva negotiations. Allow me to invite my brother from Ghana, just to also take us through what Ghana has been able to do. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much. I feel like it's a newscast. So for Ghana, our interest in the area of business represented by TNCs and human rights anchored up project that we implemented called Combating Modern Slavery Project was sponsored by NORAD. Under this project, issues around human rights emerged, such as child labor, exploitation, all the forms of it, unfair contract practices, debt, bonding, domestic servitude, trafficking in human persons. All of these emerged this project. We therefore, through ActionAid, did some research and to understand that the country had no laws and policies regarding these issues. Set about working with the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, which is the government institution constitutionally mandated to deal with human rights. And we came out with a national action plan to deal with some of these issues that I enumerated above. Additionally, we came out with a decent work charter that was given to companies to be able to deal with decent work and other issues. And then we set up an anti-modern slavery index to know those companies that are violating the issues related to modern slavery. Additionally, we're able to secure judgment and enforcement against companies that were violating the rights of their staff. And of course, we also did some research, and it came out that our labor laws were inadequate. First of all, they were too old. The Ghana Labor Law, Act 651, was promulgated around 1963. I wasn't born by then. We're also very scattered in different kinds of acts. For instance, the Workmen's Compensation Act was different from the labor law, and regulations scattered different types. You were looking for an issue, you have to carry about 5 or 6 documents to be able to identify where you should correctly charge a company. And so, through our research and then our advocacy, there's a new labor bill that has been revised to deal with some of these issues that I identified, the human rights issues, and of course, to consolidate all of those small acts into one document. I am to say that in Ghana, at the session that called to validate the revised bill, Action Aid Ghana was the only NGO, civil society organization that was invited. That's because of our work in the area of rice and beef. In the area to that, because my colleagues have already spoken about that, we were at the AU sessions on business and human rights. We also participated in the UN binding in Durban that was held in South Africa. Now, at the global level, and based on what we have been doing, we also hosted the Africa Region Intersectional Consultation on the UN legal binding instrument in Accra. The intention was for us, the African nations, to have one position when we were going to the 9th session in Geneva. And that was hosted by us in Accra. And subsequently, we participated in the 9th session. But prior to that, we had also participated in the 8th session in Geneva, the negotiations. One interesting thing that came up out of the 9th session was we discovered that the state institution mandated to negotiate was not there. So when we came back, we did some investigations and realized that they were not interested in the whole idea, and two, they lacked capacity. So Action Aid was able to deal with the Attorney General's department, and we invited them to a session to discuss the textual content of the LBI, that's a legal binding instrument. And that has been done and concluded. And therefore, the 10th session that is scheduled for 16th to 20th December in Geneva, the state institution will be there with every clause and article completely underlined and understood by the state. Every is, was, and or have been correctly identified, and will negotiate based on the interest of Ghana, facilitated by the institution. Next slide. Next slide, please. So all that I've been saying, just to demonstrate to you that it's not hearsay, but it's direct evidence and prima facie evidence because we were there. You can see that from the pictures. On the left, when we're having the intersectional meeting in Accra. That's the Attorney General and then the head of the Human Rights Commission in Ghana. In the chamber of the 9th session, I was there present. It's evidential on the board. You can also see with Keta, who is also in the picture, in the 9th session, and the African Union Business and Human Rights Program that was held in Ethiopia. You can see that is there. This is direct evidence. You cannot override. Thank you very much. I hand over to the news anchor final.
We're just concluding, just the last slide, concluding. What can you do to support the process? What we are saying, let's keep raising awareness with our different government on the importance of the UN binding instrument and the process. Let's keep advocating for the states to go and attend and be part of the negotiations. The coming ones are now in December. Then also, let's try to advocate for states to implement the measures to hold corporates accountable for the human rights violations in their jurisdictions. I think, yeah, Uganda, at least now we have the NAP on business and human rights. Yes, it's voluntary, but we are engaging with the different ministries. Let's also keep highlighting the impact of corporate actions on human rights and the human rights defenders. What are the next steps towards the UN binding treaty becoming a reality? Because remember, we're saying it's still in the process. Finalizing the treaty text. This may still take time, but that will be the next step. Then it's being adopted by the UN Human Rights Council. Then after that, it will be submitted to the UN General Assembly for approval. Then having the signatures and the ratifications by the different states. Then implementation and enforcement will take place. I thank you. Thank you for listening in.
Thank you so much, the trio, because it moved from a duo to a trio, so that was amazing. And I've enjoyed this presentation just like I enjoyed the presentations that came before this. And a lot of issues have come up. Of course, she ended on a note where she was sharing with us, Comrade Esther shared with us proposals on the way forward. And she hinted on the NAP, National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. We've had some concerns around the same, that it's best endeavor. And there are other mechanisms that need to be put in place to move from best endeavor to real action. And the discussion and engagement is still on at the national level. But also, she has taken us through quite a lot of issues, a lot of exciting issues. And the comrades from other regions and countries, Kenya, also the experiences that came through from Nigeria are all amazing. And I think it's time for us to contribute to the discussion and shape alternatives, pathways, and solutions. Let's be solution-oriented. In a minute, you respond, introduce yourself, say the name. It would also be interesting to say the institution that you work with, make your submission. We pass on the microphone. If we could get as many as possible, like 7, we'll be good to go. Thank you.
I'm Webe Kalibala. I work for the International Accountability Project. When Esther was talking about the treaty, I think there's a lot of working in silos. The EU is working on a corporate sustainability due diligence directive that is pushing the corporations who are contributing to the EU market to be at a certain threshold. It's also working on the European Union Deforestation Directive, and it's also working on those that are in the market to look at issues of climate justice. These are important elements because those 2 directives are binding on any corporation that is trading in the European Union market. How are those initiatives feeding into the development of this treaty? Because in the end, they are biting, but the treaty is in space. But also they could be speaking a lot to how to shape the treaty and that it speaks to existing initiatives and existing workings. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade John. I request the team to jot down the questions so that they can respond in a targeted manner. Thank you.
Mine is not a question. Kitasi Wanga from Kenya. It's just a reflection because I'm part of the team that developed this. Learning from negotiations that have happened somewhere else on other issues, I think Africa, in this particular treaty, they are divided. They are not negotiating as a team. I think I have a position because there are some texts that have been really contentious in these conversations. For instance, when they refer to something like overcoming financial barriers, like when you sue, who takes the burden of passing the legal expenses? these ones you find that the companies, the corporations are really blocking. They block this. When you talk about rights, that word only brings a lot of problems in the negotiation table. But Africans are divided in a way, and this divide and rule becomes real when these negotiations are happening. So I think the CSOs like us now who are here, we need to ensure that we bring together these negotiators so they can have an African position. When they go there, they push for whatever is on the table. Otherwise, we have seen going to such negotiations, and my country negotiator is not there, Ghana negotiator is not there, South Africa is not there. That already weakens our position as Africans.
Thank you. We could have.
Thank you. My name is Gerald Biargaba. I work with Oxfam. At the beginning, Esther, you told us about the power asymmetry between corporations and governments, and whether we have very beautiful treaties. They are very important, but the realization of the rights that are embedded in those treaties is even more important. So beyond having these treaties, I'm just curious to find out if any of the actors in the room is interested in taking specific action, say strategic litigation or something, about some of the emblematic projects that have exhibited gross human rights violations on the continent, like really to actualize these aspirations that are embedded in these treaties. So I'm curious to know if any of us, if any organizations have done, some of these actions to advance human rights in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Gerald.
Thank you, Christina from Kenya, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Just a few reflections. Thank you for the presentation. Since we're looking at alternatives, I would use the example of Kenya, where we're saying we have the National Action Plan. And what we're doing is now we're engaging with the corporates themselves. We're helping them set operational grievance mechanisms, because then we have the violations taking place, but we're telling the businesses or the companies that you can address the violations here rather than us having to file cases in the countries where the parent companies are set up. The other thing is we have the Africa Policy Framework on Business and Human Rights, maybe also just to think or reflect on how the same feeds into the UN binding treaty. And lastly, as CSOs, I think we need to also come up with strategies that can ensure governments have a sitting on the table. The table is already there, but how do we make ourselves relevant? How do we put ourselves out there so that the government always wants to engage before they to some of these agreements? Thank you.
Thank you. We could have two more. Comrade Dominic.
Thank you very much. Mine is a reflection, and I wanted to answer John, but he's moved out shortly. What I think maybe we can do also in regards to what a comrade from Oxfam has raised on how these ideal and noble aspirations can really translate into actionable steps, is that if we could find a way of really ensuring that these aspirations reflect in our domestic laws. Because ultimately all these treaties, all these agreements that are signed to ensure that there is corporate accountability, it is the common person down here who should have means of both accessing remedy but also finding meaning in these commitments to business and human rights. So one of the practical ways I suggest, or that has come to my mind, is to find in our various jurisdictions how these things really reflect in our domestic laws. I can't give an example. For instance, when we're talking about the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, you've seen that there are certain countries that have gone an extra mile, that beyond having this directive, we are also seeing that they have human rights due diligence aspects in their domestic laws, sort of like having a two-front kind of approach. Then also I wanted to respond to Comrade John on the question he asked on how the CS3D, EUDR, and all those other developments really feed into the binding treaty negotiations. I would say in twofold. One, from a technical point of view, you would see that aspects like the CS3D, UDR, they are both limited in context, but also in terms of scope. You see, they have a threshold of companies they apply to, context, they have particular maybe products, you look at the EUDR and all. But when we talk about the binding treaty, we are really speaking to a broad duty of all businesses, regardless of scope and other limitations. That when we talk about business and human rights in the binding treaty, we're not going to look at only those that say have capital of over $500 million or something. These obligations are enduring and should be respected by all businesses. Secondly, how that would feed into the discussions, I think it really just helps in the normative development of the binding treaty. In international law, we have something we really call state practice, that once movement can be built from down up, to have a particular threshold of accepted practice, states can be conducting themselves in such a way that it's now easier to negotiate at the international level of the binding treaty. So for me, that is how I really think some of these other developments in other jurisdictions really feed into this agenda of the binding treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Dominic. Comrade Faith.
Thank you for the presentation. I think the previous speaker tickled me to say something. One of the reasons why the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights is important is that we have acknowledged that despite efforts to put in place certain national laws, that there is just no responsibility being taken up by foreign investors particularly. So no matter how many laws we put in place, somehow because of the existence of international investment agreements, for example, that extend exclusive rights to them, that we find ourselves in a situation where our governments don't even have the policy space to regulate in the public's interest. And so I think that the emphasis that has been put forward by the trio from Action Aid is something that we must all be interested in, because the UN Binding Treaty attempts to finally create that balance between responsibility and obligations and ensure that those that have for a long time been marginal. The other comment I wanted to make was in reflection of the current discussion around climate finance and how within the climate finance conversation there is a focus on financing priority needs, but also financing investment needs. And priority needs are mostly the adaptation related needs. But then the investment needs are more of mitigation. And as we all know, a lot of private sector, but also developed countries are more interested in financing investment needs because it's clear it's clear that there is a return on investment for the money that they provide. Now, there's also been sufficient evidence to show that a lot of projects aimed at addressing the climate crisis are in turn violating human rights. And so it just re-emphasizes how important the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights is, that it's not just about this current FDI that we are talking about, but that it's also about issues to do with, for example, climate finance investments. And so I think it's just to re-emphasize that point. And the other thing I wanted to add was that we've also been in a couple of discussions around how to make climate finance gender responsive. And one of the things that the private sector has argued, shamelessly argued, has been that they want incentives we are at. when it comes to the ways in which private sector looks at, for example, human rights, gender issues. They are constantly thinking about, okay, how will this not undermine my capacity to maximize profits? And so if you want me to deliver on this, then give me an incentive for it. And it's ridiculous. But I think for me, it's just to re-emphasize why the binding treaty is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. And maybe we could also just, like Faith, emphasize the issue of the binding treaty. The negotiations have stalled for quite a number of years. What can be done in order to expedite the process, but also from our end to push forward the discussions? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. My question is about how we can be able to use the UN binding treaty. Like Esther pointed out, we already have an app, for example, in Uganda. But how do we mainstream that in the, for example, the investment code? Because already Siatina and other partners, we are looking at how to review our investment code. And I want to go back to the issue which Moebe has raised about the payroll processes. There is the NAP, which is very good. Then we have the investment code, which is legally binding, but is very weak. So how do we marry the two processes? Thank you.
Thank you so much, comrades, for those reactions and contributions. And it's time for the trio to respond. Oh, lastly, oh, it's a response you'd like. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. First, someone raised the issue of African countries not having a position. It's true. And that's why for Ghana, we organized the African Intersectional Forum to develop a position. But what we realized is that the countries themselves did not have a position on the whole instrument. And even Ghana itself did not have one. And that's why when we came back from the 9th session, we sat together with the government institution to look at the text of the instrument and then take a position. And based on that, attempts are being made to organize another session to come out with an African position before going to the session, the 10th session. Yes, it's true regarding the treaty taking too long. But this is a treaty, and sometimes a treaty can take 20 years because everybody's interest must be catered for. So it is a painstaking negotiation process that is currently ongoing. And when you are present there, sometimes you appreciate why it's delaying, because a word like "is" means differently for Israelis as compared to Russians. So sometimes on just one clause, you can stay there for the whole day. Then two, the EU is true, they have a position, but I know they are also present in the negotiations. So whatever plans they have to also raise to intervene so that their position is also reflected in the treaty. So whereas they have plans in place, they have to also bring it on board so that it is taken care of. I also believe there is a procedure for litigation. So it's not just a matter of coming out with articles and clauses. There's also a procedural mechanism inserted in the document to deal with litigation and other ways of finding remedies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for the. And they have done some good. They have done us good. So It's now time for the next presentation. I had promised that we'd do 2, then go for tea break. Or we can do tea now. Oh, okay, we can do tea now. Oh, Olivia is whispering to me. Comrade Olivia is saying it's short. I don't know how short. But you can hold on to that passion and energy, and we come back from break. Let's do 15 minutes. We could bring our coffee here. But also just to remind us, we have a draft declaration. Get to it, do some input. Let's get it done. That's great. And it would be very bad if your constituency is not represented in the declaration. You are their representative. Please make their voice heard in the declaration. Thank you. to send the last message. So let's take 2 minutes to send the last messages. I received some communication from the next facilitator. She told me that she likes attention. So, please, she told me that she likes attention. So, please, don't ignore her. She likes attention. So, let's settle in and get started. So we're continuing to delve into specific pathways for solutions and alternatives. And we already received two very powerful presentations and contributions from all of us. So the next presentation is on Tanzania mining regulations. I was informed that it's so brief. I'm yet to confirm that. But it's going to be delivered by Comrade Olivia Costa, Executive Director, Tanzania Trade and Investment Coalition. So over to you, Olivia.
Thank you very much. I didn't tell you I like attention. You said you like attention and then you brought me into it. Unless in this attention you want us to be the double, and then we can bring Lily and be the trio. He needs attention. Okay. So I'm going to present a little bit on Tanzania mining reforms. These reforms came in 2017 by the late President Magufuli, and I think we all know about it during his time, but no. Our work was really easy and would have been easy even if he was here today, because he was sort of on our side. So in 2017, Tanzania enacted mining laws that people of the United Republic of Tanzania shall have permanent sovereignty over all natural wealth and resources, and that all the ownership and control over natural wealth and resources shall be exercised by and through the government on behalf of the people in the United Republic. Sounds great, huh? Okay, so natural wealth and resources, there shall be guaranteed returns into the Tanzanian economy from the earnings accrued and derived from extraction. Natural Wealth and Resources Permanent Sovereignty Act of 2017. This was to ensure permanent sovereignty, that the review and renegotiation of Unconscionable Terms Act requires that the Tanzanian Parliament to review and renegotiate all agreements that contain unconscionable terms. And unconscionable terms refers to any clause contained in such agreement which, when enforced, will result in unfair of Tanzania and its people. The unfair part be it in unfair tax, royalty, fees, duty paid, or environmental degradation and such kind of things. Next slide, please. So the reforms also included a couple of commitments, such as prohibition of exploitation except for the benefit of the people. So this law was meant for all the minerals to be processed locally, beneficiation and value addition to be done in the country by the people, which will bring job creation and innovation to the country. The second one, guarantee of returns from natural wealth and resources, that there shall be guaranteed returns into Tanzanian economy from the earnings accrued or derived from such extraction, as I said when I was introducing the act, Third, participation of the people and the government to ensure that the government obtains an equitable stake in venture and the people of the United Republic. Fourth, requirement for beneficiation. Any arrangement or agreement for extraction, exploitation of natural wealth and resources shall ensure that no raw resources are exported for beneficiation outside the country, and there shall be commitment to establish beneficiation facilities within the Republic. Now here comes the problem. There are refineries. There are 2 smelters, one in Mwanza, one in Geita. In Mwanza, it's close to Barrick, which is in North Mara, and then in Geita, where the Anglo Gold Ashanti is, the GGM. These 2 big companies do not smelt their gold ore in Tanzania. They take it outside the country. Like for GGM, they smelt it in South Africa. There's a company called Randi. I think they're the same ones smelting Zimbabwean gold as well, gold ore. There is this company in the UK called London Bullion Market Association. These are gold creditors. So even if the country say we want to smelt our gold here in Tanzania, still that gold has to be credited by the bullion. They're the ones that they give you that accreditation that this gold can go to the market. The reason these people do not want to smelt their gold in Tanzania. And I think it's not only that, there is other thing that if you smelt it, there is other byproducts. I think I said the other day, there are other byproducts you're getting out of the gold ore. The reason why Magufuli did not want this gold ore to go out of the country, because there are other benefits, not just the gold that will be getting extracted from that gold ore. Proposal or dealings be retained in the banks and financial institutions established in the United Republic of Tanzania. Transfer of capital, profit, and dividends, business enterprise, including mineral rights and petroleum license holders, are guaranteed unconditional transferability of various financial aspects through authorized dealers bank, authorized dealer banks in free convertible currency. Prohibition of proceedings in foreign courts. Dispute arising from extraction or exploration, all those kind of disputes that are arising from this area should be adjudicated by judicial bodies, or like they should be tackled in Tanzania, handled in Tanzania. But then this one reminds us that Tanzania is a part of ICSID Convention of the 1958, and also it has all other legal frameworks like these BITs. So it's not working because of these other obstacles that have been there before. Government shareholding in all mining companies. Now here is another problem. We take, for example, De Beers. Namibia, is Botswana De Beers. These ones, they have managed to get 50% with a subsidiary company. But also they went on and got 15% with the parent company. Why? Because if you take only the free carried profit, these people will cook their data. And at the end of the day, they'll tell you, we haven't made anything. So for us, we say we're getting 16% carried free interest. But are these people going to say to you, we made profit? They won't. But if, for example, the government of Tanzania would say, we need to get some money, even if people of Tanzania will have to contribute for us to buy shares, maybe in Canada or the UK or South Africa, at least we'll get a chair at the table, and that one will help us to get profit, rather than saying we get free carried interest, which we're not getting anyway. So it should be advised that, even for other countries, if we are going to go this way as well, we should buy shares in the parent company the same way as DBS have done. 15%, get a chair at the table where you know if there is, because they cannot lie to them. I think 2022 there was a problem with Barrick. There was a river in North Mara that was polluted. And this, when they investigated, they said it was cow dung that polluted that river. A lot of fish died in that river, but I don't know if cow dung kills fish. And then few days later, the government was given a lot of money from Barrick, and like this is what you're getting from our shares. So it's like buying you so that you just keep quiet, because yeah, you have this there is a company called Twiga in Barrick. So that Twiga is it's a Tanzanian one that has the 16%. Now imagine, how are you going to be how are you going to be able to punish yourself? Like the government cannot punish itself if it has shares in there. So I'll go on alternatives. I hope I still have like 5 minutes. 3. Oh, Jesus. So Tanzania has done a great job by changing this mining law, but it will take time for it to mature because of these other obstacles that I've said earlier, especially the existence of international investment agreements. And even if the BITs are reformed, developing countries may still be facing challenges attracting and retaining FDIs, and FDIs that are developmental for the countries. And also, there's issue of local content and monitoring and evaluation. The law says it should be reviewed in 2 years to assess the capacity of the locals, but nothing has been done. We haven't heard anything that this mining law has been reviewed. So what I hear in mining areas, maybe Jane from Uganda has her own company in Tanzania where she can collect all the milk from us all, and she's the one who will be selling the milk to the mining companies. But why don't the government help, or even the financial institution like banks, give funds or loans to locals? Comes to a question that we always ask ourselves: how local is local? If I, Tanzanian, have 20% share in Fernando's organization, a company in Tanzania that supplies, or it's a mining company, they call it a local company. But 20%, it's not enough to be that local. Also, we all know that FDIs have both positive and negative impacts on developing countries. It is important for government to have the ability to regulate FDIs to ensure that it benefits broader economy and the society. And what countries need to do is to protect the legitimate interest of foreign investors, yes, without giving them special privilege and protection. A local trader will pay lots of taxes, but these investors, they have all the waivers all the time. So we should not abdicate our freedom to them. Provide effective dispute settlement mechanism that are accessible to all stakeholders, not just foreign investors. There's a case, Barrick has been taken to court in Canada by a community in Tanzania, but then they want that case to be returned to Tanzania so that it can be listened to Tanzania, in Tanzania. But when they have their own disputes, they don't want them to be tackled in Tanzania, to be listened in Tanzania. Why? And also, even our ambassadors, they should apply the economic diplomas on how to leverage with these foreign policies and domestic policies. For example, if a Tanzanian ambassador in the UK would have a meeting, maybe, because they're asked when you're going out there, try and work for your country and bring maybe investment and things like that. Why can't he speak to Bullion and see if all the gold ores can be smelted in Tanzania? These are some of the jobs that they are supposed to be doing. And also talk to exploration companies, like I've just said, these accreditors, the Bullions. The last one, IIAs give more protection to investors, we all know that, and prohibits any changes to policy due to rights under a treaty that guarantee stable regulatory environment, entitlement to fair, equitable treatment, and protection of the legitimate expectation in relation to their investment. As I said earlier, this is the good law that Tanzania enacted, but it's just in papers. In reality, it's not working because of these blockages. UN High Commission for Human Rights has warned that threats of litigation by using IIAs may have chilling effects on government efforts to promote human rights. True, we've heard earlier. And countries, well, this one I don't even have to talk about it. And, the last thing we are advocating for, they should clarify that the government have the right to regulate for the public interest, even if this means infringing the rights of foreign investors by removing regulatory chill. At least this one will give power back to the government. Make it more difficult for foreign investors to sue government under BITs, like removing ISDS provision, exiting ICSID. Expand the scope of expectation to BIT's protection, such as environmental protection and public health measures. New BIT models are a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to reform the international investment regime. Countries need to continue to work together to develop new BIT models that are consistent with their public interest and ensure that domestic laws and policies are consistent with international human rights and environmental standards. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Comrade Olivia, for sharing the reality on the ground in Tanzania, but also continuing with the issues that we started discussing from Bart's presentation, where he emphasized that we need better investment, not just any investment, the quality of investment matters, FDI that we attract. So let's hold on to those questions in case there are those that we have. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Comrade Vahini to take us through trade and development, concrete ideas on what should be done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So my very brief presentation is slightly different from the previous speakers in the session. It's kind of an amalgamation of recommendations, what CSOs could potentially do, kind of what we can expect to happen in the space, and just some comments. And I only have one slide. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we can expect, I think firstly we can expect a major proliferation of agreements in the trade investment space. But I think an important precursor to agreeing to negotiate to new agreements or to new rules should be premised firstly on an audit to assess the effectiveness of these new rules. If I have to use the WTO, for instance, we have a number of agreements, we have a number of review provisions contained in these agreements, but they never really amount to anything substantial in terms of reforming these rules. And to be frank, a lot of these rules are kind of forever rules. They last for a really, really long time unless new agreements or new rules come in to change those old rules. And it's actually quite rare for that to happen. And so in the context of WTO, for instance, we've been thinking about supporting developing countries to request what we're calling an audit of WTO agreements and rules, but that would also apply in the context of reforming investment agreements and IIAs, etc. And so some of the questions include, who benefits the most from these agreements and why? Whether agreements have really delivered on the promises and on the stated objectives. I was speaking with Professor Davies and we were kind of reminiscing about in 2013, in 2012, there were a lot of propaganda about the benefits and about the trade gains that would be made from developing countries signing on to the trade facilitation agreement. And at the time, I think they were spewing out numbers about, that there would be $2 trillion in benefits. And so once the agreement was adopted and signed and countries were put under immense pressure to ratify the agreement, no real assessment of the impact of this agreement has really taken place. A very similar narrative started with the agreement on fisheries subsidies, where countries were told that this agreement is absolutely groundbreaking by bringing sustainability issues into the WTO, and that it would reform subsidies and it would save the fish. And we are yet to see, the true impact of these agreements. And so here it's important to make the point that these rules and the institution, so in this context, I am recommending that African countries should be demanding transparency in terms of evaluating the outcomes of these rules and these agreements. And reform should be guided by evidence and real world impacts, ensuring that development goals. My next point is with respect to African countries' expectations regarding the African Continental FTA. And here I think we can expect, and I'm trying to be optimistic, a gradual shift towards increased intra-African trade, diversification of economies, and potential for significant growth if the AfCFTA is fully implemented. And this trend would be expected to continue with other initiatives as well, like the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System and initiatives by the Afri-Exim Bank, for instance. And so with this in mind, there are also very deliberate efforts by our Global North partners to really increase them signing agreements with African countries. So we've heard about the US-Kenya FTA. We've seen the Angola CIFA. We've seen the EU also enter into highly secret strategic partnership agreements with the DRC, with Zambia, with Angola. And a lot of these documents are not public. I think I was able to access online was the EU-Zambia strategic partnership. And this was really to solidify, the kind of models that developed countries have usually advanced in the region. And so with this in mind, with this kind of pressure coming on African countries to join these negotiations, there's also similar pressures with the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement on the sidelines of the WTO. I think it's really important to take these developments very seriously because it is going to have some long-term repercussions on countries. And I mentioned on Tuesday that there are African countries who have not joined as co-sponsors to the IFDA. And so here there is a deeper conversation that needs to take place in the African group about building solidarity around how to address this emerging rise in payment. Really need to strengthen African agency. In other words, we need to work towards increasing the representation of African interests in international negotiations. And so I also want to bring it, a bit closer to home in terms of encouraging regional cooperation. And so I think we, as I mentioned, we used to negotiate on a number of issues as a unified bloc, but increasingly with the external pressures, and maybe I should remind you that it was around 2018 when, I think it was in Mauritania, when the African Union heads of state had met. They had decided that there would be a moratorium on African countries entering into any kind of bilateral agreement until the African Continental FTA was fully implemented. And not so long after that, Kenya had the US. So there's not really been any kind of adherence to this political commitment by the heads of state. And so I also see this as kind of efforts to undermine regional integration and to undermine the potential that the African Continental FTA could have for Africa. And maybe here I should also point out one of the most glaring concerns, when we were assessing and helping members with the negotiations in the AfCFTA protocols on investment and digital trade, was that at the AGOA meeting in Johannesburg, the U.S. Embassy, there was somebody present from the Pretoria mission with the U.S. Embassy, and they basically went on record saying that the U.S. has given the AU or the AfCFTA Secretariat $160 million to go towards the development of the digital trade and investment protocols. So it's any wonder, why the rules are the way they are and why members themselves are struggling to kind of shape the rules, because they're already being dictated by where the money is coming from. And so here I just want to make the point that we really need to encourage regional cooperation. There's many opportunities for countries or groups of countries within Africa to collaborate and develop unified positions. In the context of some of the agreements I mentioned, they could work on agreeing to certain language or tabling certain proposals. They could use regional platforms to share best practices, and they can also use their resources for addressing challenges like the limited administrative capacity. And here for the CSOs, I would also want to recommend that maybe there could be more advocacy around regional level policies that emphasize investment in critical infrastructure and public services. In addition, CSOs could also collaborate with regional networks to amplify advocacy efforts and ensure consistent messaging. Increasingly, we're also going to expect a much more enhanced focus on sustainable development in these agreements. And there is an increasing emphasis on aligning trade and investment with the SDGs, including environmental protection, social inclusion, and economic equity, as presented yesterday on the CIFA. And so here, I think it's really, really important that we try our best to mitigate its impact. And the kinds of reforms that I would suggest would be, to push for reforms to address imbalances in terms of technical assistance and dispute settlement mechanisms, to advocate for more tailored provisions that protect policy space while attracting sustainable investment. We could also consider aligning investment facilitation measures with the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and also with national sustainable development goals. In addition, we could also prioritize sectors that drive economic diversification and job creation, for instance, green energy, technology, MSMEs, and really importantly, to also involve local stakeholders in drafting and implementing these regulations to balance policy space with the international commitments. Finally, on this point is also to demand transparency. Increasingly, we're seeing a lot of these negotiations taking place behind closed doors. Negotiating texts are not accessible to civil society. So we really need to work towards enhancing more inclusive participation and transparency in negotiations. For the CSOs, I had mentioned on Tuesday that maybe there's an opportunity, and I'm not sure if this is too theoretical and maybe it just sounds really good on paper, but maybe there could be a role to monitor the implementation of some of these provisions, to be a watchdog or to really kind of hold governments accountable, not only for what, also to influence or shape some of the rules. In addition, to also ask the CSOs to call for the removal or the revision of certain provisions that they believe will disproportionately strain local resources or local objectives. Another idea that, and I'm not sure if this is a little too extreme, but it's in the context of, implementing the AfCFTA, and maybe we should also look at a complete moratorium on rulemaking within Africa. We kind of wait for the African continental FTA negotiations to be concluded and to be fully implemented, and that way we would be able to, as Africa, resist these bilateral trade deals that may weaken Africa's collective bargaining power. Another issue of demanding legal safeguards and advocating for binding provisions on really important issues like the protection of policy space, the sovereign right to regulate, ensuring accountability of foreign investors, pushing for reforms in dispute settlement mechanisms, etc. Recommendations are around, participation in negotiating processes for CSOs to potentially, where opportunities arise, to secure observer status, to lobby governments, for CSOs to be given observer roles during these investment agreement negotiations. And also, I think there's some examples of where CSOs have also influenced kind of alternative models in the space, and so maybe that's also something to look at. And finally, I was also thinking that maybe it would be important to kind of make a bit of a shift towards South-South cooperation, frameworks or cooperation where we can kind of promote more intra-developing country investments. And here, there are also increasing challenges with larger emerging developing countries, and the world has changed, and we're dealing with a really multipolar world. So maybe, to kind of mitigate these impacts, we could use platforms like the Non-Aligned Movement and also G77 to negotiate alternative frameworks for investment facilitation. There's also the BRICS platform, the BRICS Plus platform, to establish different kinds of frameworks to maybe potentially support technology transfer and sustainable development. So I'll stop here, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Comrade Vahini, for that very, very wonderful presentation. And we are sailing very well. And the pathways are very clear. The alternatives are coming up. And Vahini has contributed to the way forward. Because all the presentations, something that I should recognize, that are contributing to the way forward. And I know the rapporteurs are doing a good job in terms of capturing those issues. But also just to remind us that all these discussions are feeding into the declaration on reclaiming investment policies to work for the people and the planet. So we could revisit, even if you already had your input in the declaration, you could revisit, and maybe you have one or two things to add. But also to emphasize that this discussion is online. This is being live streamed. It would be important for all of us to follow each other in terms of the respective organizations. It's a bit unfair if this conversation is going on and you're not retweeting or even following back. Please do that. Let's make good use of internet by following each other. And now is the time for the Q&A.
No, thanks for those two presentations. I just want to build on what Vahini was suggesting. And she pointed to the decision that was taken at the AU meeting that we would not be engaging in extra-regional trade agreements until the AfCFTA was implemented, and the way in which that has been honored in the breach. And I wanted to say that I think this is an incredibly important issue, because there really are two paradigms for how we relate to external parties with our own regional integration arrangement. The one is a sort of neoliberal version which is called open regionalism. And this holds that regional integration is a good thing because it helps us to liberalize our economies, and eventually we're going to liberalize our economies towards everybody else as well. So the idea is that, yes, we're starting with the FTA, but now we must consolidate this by a series of agreements with the US, whatever outside. That's the idea. Now, if we do this, we don't have any real preferences for products manufactured in the African continent. They're going to be eroded by the agreements that we reach with other countries. From the Continental Free Trade Area is by what we call investment-led trade. We actually tried to promote this during my time government as a South African thing in the rest of Africa. I don't know that it was that successful, but anyway, the idea was there. And the idea is that you benefit from this by setting up an industry, building productive capacity, and the rules of origin don't talk about the national ownership of your company, they talk about the domicile and the productive capacity. That's what we tell outside parties. You want to benefit from the CFTA, come and engage in investment-led trade. Now, I think a number are willing to, of the kind of people maybe that we want, are willing to listen to this kind of discourse. But we need to resist the other one, because the other one is taking us in the direction of that's going to smash our hopes of regional integration. It will lead to joining the Lagos Plan of Action on the bookshelves of history, which this thing could easily end up as if it doesn't move in this other direction. So I wanted to say I think that I think is a kind of a very, very critical area, but it also does lead into the direction of the quality of the investment that we want. It's speaking to this is what I said. The trouble with these statistics is even if we want to say we want to increase FDI, some of the things that happen in FDI are quite problematic, because if someone comes in and buys your factory and turns it into a warehouse for imports, that counts as FDI. Those categories are problematic.
Thank you, Comrade Rob. Comrade Fernando.
Leaked I think it was the investment protocol for the CFTA, and there were intellectual property rights, really horrible actually. So we have a lot of work against this UPOV 91, which is pushed in European trade agreements. And I remember that we did a little bit of an analysis, and what we found out was that a lot of the regulations and even extreme measures, for example, that host countries needed to make sure patent holders, which is actually a huge precedent, because even though intellectual property rights of seeds are already more or less pushed in developing countries, there is no police or no institutions that bring the farmers to jail. There are some cases in Indonesia, but in Africa that hasn't been the case. But under the investment protocol, see was leaked last year, some such provisions were demanded. So my question is it actually an alternative the way it is right now? I don't know. Maybe, Rob, you can tell us if this is also a good alternative. I'm not an expert in this investment chapter of the CFTA. But another thing that we discussed, I remember with Ciatini when we were working together on seeds, is that we were afraid that some regions in Africa had better seeds regulations than others, and that there was a fear that during the under the CFTA some homogenization of seeds laws could be pushed, and that sort of created a doubt of whether there were more lobbyists or more people working on behalf of agro industries in making sure that certain provisions enter the CFTA. I don't know if this is correct. I'm just putting it out there just to see if actually an alternative is the CFTA investment chapter as it is written.
Thank you, Comrade Fernando. And maybe as Vahini responds, I just wanted to add something. The legal and ethical dilemma in agricultural law there's something that Fernando hinted on that maybe Vahini you could respond to. The contestation between breeders and farmers' rights, especially looking at the restrictive intellectual property rights regime, but also the legal and ethical dilemma in agricultural law. If you could elucidate on that. I'm sorry. You're a subject matter expert. Thank you. So more contributions?
Thank you. Mine is to Vahini. I'm recurrent on the next steps on around the AFCFTA when it comes to domestication of the protocols. We'd still see as Siatini and also as other civil society actors who have been in this space is that we still see that even for the regulations that are being drafted to see how these protocols are domesticated, there's a gap in how stakeholders are able to engage still to get their voices into supporting stronger regulations, but stronger also policies that could support the domestication. So I'll give an example, like in regards to the AFCFTA Women and Youth Protocol, they are still sector or women-led businesses or cross-border traders or representatives from civil society actually take to participate in some of those national ministry-led kind of engagements. So it's part of the things that I think also have a big challenge on how best we'll be able to shape the position, especially country-led kind of positioning, to see whether these protocols, once domesticated, actually do reflect, a reflection of our policies being reviewed and fit for purpose still. And also in regards to the NAM, I think you had mentioned it, for taking advantage of harmonizing like our voices. And Uganda is chairing the NAM for the next 2 years. So I still see, even while we do that, we need a lot of political will in regards to how most of these discussions roll out for us, because we get to see that still most of the time when states do come together, they tend to also shift a lot of positions based on who is really willing to actually, take interest into something. So I still feel that there's a lot of political will that's needed to kind of channel it. And even while we try to organize ourselves maybe to be better, since Uganda can also take lead in supporting most of these positions going forward. And for the bit of Tanzania, Olivia, I just wanted to inquire, in regards to the mining laws that you talked about, I was just wondering, is there any way of, because you had mentioned that there is still even the state-owned enterprises that would be supporting protection of, of any illicit kind of mining or kind of the way, transnational corporations are taking lead, they still have gaps. How best would it be for your mining laws to be reviewed to support? Is it something that is being pushed on the agenda, or is it also left to a particular time of these state enterprises can actually be either changed or, push for alternatives to support Tanzania's focus? Thank you.
And I will also request that Comrade Ediga also comes in to respond to some of them, but Ivan has a contribution.
Thank you, Herbert. Thank you very much, Olivia and Vahini, for the excellent presentations. So my question goes to Vahini. You mentioned a lot of really useful guidelines and recommendations for the path ahead. But one thing resonates in my brain, and it's your mention of how important it is to coordinate regional policies when it comes to infrastructural projects, which is something that we don't usually hear about when we discuss issues on sustainable development goals or climate policy. So I think that's really, really interesting. And my question specifically goes, alone, how complicated it is to build those coordinated agendas at both the regional or sub-regional level which instances would be the most appropriate to host those conversations and to implement those agendas, and to keep, like the comrade that just took the word, to sustain that political will and bring it into the implementation of the agendas. I mean, who is going to finance that? Where can African countries leverage the money to engage in those long-run projects? I mean, these days we were discussing with Olivia, for instance, this new railway line that is linking Dar es Salaam with Dodoma, which I understand it's a consortium with Turkish and Chinese capital. And considering that traditionally being interested in building infrastructure just for the purposes of, extracting, how likely do you think that those funds could be also leveraged in the global north? I think you hinted at, the possibility of raising these funds from South-South cooperation instances, but I would be interested in know if you think that could be a positive competition in that sense to attract.
Thank you, Comrade Ivan. Maybe just to repeat the question on the CFTA for Comrade Ediga. There was an issue raised around the domestication of the protocols, which is expected to actually be ongoing, all underway in most of these countries. But the stakeholder involvement was rather ad hoc, even with the development of these the negotiations. So how are we supposed to approach the domestication if even during the negotiations the stakeholder involvement was ad hoc, especially where they involved associations, for example, in East Africa, East African Business Council, and it was as if the private sector was involved in the ESC. Yet, the private sector is diverse, like we observed in the previous discussions, that you cannot involve EABC, East Africa Business Council, and you think you've involved the entire private sector, and recognizing that MSMEs are the engine of all these economies. Thank you. So, Comrade Ediga, if you could respond to that. Over to you, Comrade Vahini and Comrade Ediga.
Okay, fine. Okay, so in terms of the legal architecture that supports the domestication of the ACFTA, the whole agreement initially was that, the moment you adopt the initial unifying agreement, then all subsequent protocols would automatically be ratified. Now, the question of domestication is problematic because, there's this assumption, and I think that's the there's this assumption, even if you look at the treaty establishing the East African Community, they talk about private sector-led integration, which is not a problem unless then you want to say everything is going to be driven by the private sector. So the challenge has been that trying to find, if you look at this, the original thinking around the negotiation process, there was some sort of consensus. So if you are a voice in the wilderness trying to oppose certain clauses or certain provisions within the agreement, then they sideline you because they do not want opposition to the kind of information being negotiated. And that is how, you end up with a situation where if you look at the digital trade protocol and the investment protocol, if you look at the digital trade protocol as well as the investment protocol, there was this push because the Americans had given money to be able to sort of negotiate it. You had a bit of pushback, so that I remember we were working with Lawyers Hub in Nairobi, and when we submit some of the queries they're supposed to ask in those spaces, they were kicked out of the negotiations, literally. Kicked out of those negotiations because they were asking questions that were uncomfortable for the negotiators. So when you have had a problem in terms of excluding people at the negotiation stage, you're definitely going to have a bit of a problem at domestication stage, because then you don't have that buy-in and goodwill at that level. But I just want to sort of point out something. I think we tend to do things piecemeal. And even if you look at ACFTA, you're looking at it as the trade agenda as a thing. But, try to cover it in terms of, look at Agenda 2063 as the aspiration. I'm almost a preacher in this, that we need to ask ourselves, what is the political economy of global value chains? Yeah? What are the drivers, the policy drivers that inform, global value chains? Who are the players? What are their interests? What are the relationships that exist between them? And what is their mobilization capacity to push for their interest? Because, apart from trade, you have trade, investment, you have behind the border issues like the infrastructure that I've been talking about. And, let me not really go deep into that, but just take a question of infrastructure, for example. We talk about PIDA. So you say you have a financing process to finance infrastructure across the continent. Then you wake up and say you're going to give the Anglo Gold Ashantis and the BHP Billigtons a seat at the table to decide how you're going to fix your infrastructure. It's not going to work in your interests. It's not. So we have not sat down to define, and unless we're able to sort of really have a very 360-degree picture of what informs the political economy, we will already be making at a piecemeal level. So you do trade, but trade is divorced from industrialization. You do that, it's divorced from infrastructure. It's an incomplete picture that we are always working with. So there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Ediga. Yes, Comrade Vahini.
Thank you. I feel like I'm on the spot because there are a lot of questions and I wasn't prepared. But let me just very, very briefly try to respond, and we can take it outside to discuss in more detail. In terms of, the lack of transparency and the challenges that CSOs have had, and Herbert, you mentioned that banks were involved in the negotiations. Maybe I should also tell you about my own experience as South Center in the AfCFTA negotiations. So I think across a number of the protocols, the AfCFTA Secretariat had established a task force. And so the task force was really negotiators and the member states would keep meeting. But on the digital trade one, I was appointed to be the lead for the South Center on digital trade, and we had an initial brainstorming high-level meeting with the AfCFTA, and they actually invited, and I don't know, I was surprised, and maybe you would be, but Facebook, Microsoft, Google were in the room. Multinationals were in the room in the development of a digital trade protocol for African countries. It actually, it was quite a difficult conversation because the ideas were to brainstorm on what we thought would be appropriate for Africa. So it was things like, should the agreement be technology neutral? What kind of rules are needed for African countries to build digital industrial capacities? And so a lot of the recommendations that I had made on behalf of the South Center were actually challenged by the Secretariat themselves. And we were never invited to participate in any future task force meeting ever again. But that, fortunately, gave us an opportunity to engage directly with the member states to help them to shape the text instead of being part of the task force and shaping the text. It was a few months later where news had come out that the US was heavily funding a lot of the meetings, and all the money that the US had given was being used to pay for the delegates to be, taken to this country and that country for the negotiations. So there's a lot of questions, and I'm sure, most of you are working here on the African issues, are very well aware of a lot of the challenges being experienced in the negotiations. In terms of the question about whether the investment protocol is the alternative, I think that's an interesting interpretation, and possibly yes, but I guess it all comes down to the details, to the legal provisions, how can we make it better, how can we make it fit for purpose, and really how can we make it African? One of the biggest challenges we had when the initial text was being developed was it was literally a copy, and a lot of those provisions had experienced a number of WTO challenges in the dispute settlement system. Like language like disguised restriction on trade or the right to regulate, just a number of of challenges with the language that was just really taken from other agreements where there were problems in the past. And so, of course, the opportunity now is, before finalization, is to see what can be scrubbed and what can be done to kind of mitigate any impacts. In terms of the finance question, I guess I don't have anything major, I guess, to contribute to what you have suggested. But I mean, of course, I think continental programs, like the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, to coordinate infrastructure projects across borders is, of course, a really important element towards the solution on the finance issues. But also there's things like the Africa 50 Fund, which was established by African governments and the African Development Bank to bridge the infrastructure funding gap. So there's also that. There's other regional PPP frameworks, and I think SADC is one of the more successful features of where this has worked. So there are certain examples where those successful mechanisms can be transplanted or used or reproduced in a larger context with continental integration. And I apologize in advance if I missed any questions, but I'm happy to chat after. Thanks.
Thank you, Comrade Vahini. I'm actually going to invite in other experts in the room to be able to respond. But also there's one thing that I request Comrade Edgar to respond to. The review of the CFTA agreement is on.
Yes.
But how should we approach it? And at what level are we in terms of the review of the CFTA agreement? Then if you could respond to that, then I will bring in Comrade Jane to respond to the issue of the contestation between farmers' rights and breeders' rights, especially in view of how the CFTA IPR, Intellectual Property Rights Protocol, is purely based on WUP of 91. So thank you.
This is one of those unique agreements where it's not been concluded, but it's coming up for review. So some of those protocols have not been, like investment, for example, is not completed, but we are now coming up for review. So then the question would be, for example, I think one of the novel features of the legal structure of the SCFTA was the fact that the moment you agree to the initial process, everything else automatically follows through. And I think parties had not thought through what that actually meant in terms of legal commitments that are coming in. Because then, if an agreement is negotiated and you have sort of misgivings about it, once it's concluded, you can't opt out of it. It becomes a legally binding instrument for you to be able to follow through with it. But anyway, we are here. A review is due. Now, there's been talk of, from what I gather from the Secretariat, there's been talk of having a sort of top-down process of review where, countries were submitting regional law. Like initially it was countries. So there's a contestation. There are two contestations in terms of, do we have a country-led process or do we have a region-led process? Because if you remember initially, when countries were submitting their offers under the trade regime of the CFTA, they started as countries, then they said, no, let's try and build up on regional processes, because anyway, these recs were the building blocks for integration. So what they did was, they now started submitting regional offers. So you will have, for example, East Africa submitting a singular offer as the East African community. So the contestation now is whether the review take a regional or country approach. Now, it is most likely going to favor a regional approach. And in that case, therefore, we might need to sort of have some sort of regional mechanism to be able to push for those processes. So, you engage the team that submitted all those offers and all those processes and try to implore them to, point to them some of the problematic clauses that are coming up and how that's going to come up. But then the challenge would be that it's not really been implemented. I mean, we've been talking about the guided trade initiative for the longest time. So it's difficult to review what you have not tested. I don't know if I'm making sense. So you're reviewing something that has only been tested between Rwanda, Ghana, Kenya, Ghana. What about the other countries that have not tested it? Because they've only been working under the guided trade initiative. So it's a dicey thing, but what I can actually say is it might be good to start engaging at regional level. So this calls for a concerted effort at regional level to start basically having these conversations and leading them to the process where when the review comes up, you sit down and say, okay, review is coming up and I think this and this clauses are going to be problematic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edgar, emphasizing the issue of engaging at the regional level, recognizing that regional economic communities are building blocks of the CFTA as envisaged in the Abuja Treaty 1991. So that's truly wonderful. So we'll, I think, have that on the parking lot as one of the issues we need to discuss further. Any more questions, contributions, so that we have this exhausted? Comrade Robert, before Comrade Jane can come in to give her contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Herbert. Once again, my name is John Robert. I want to appreciate Comrade Vine for the good point, but allow me to ask you on your recommendation. I think it was the second last recommendation on the need to leverage global partnership, especially on funding. And I want to come in light the issue of climate financing, and because you talked about green funding. The recently concluded COP has really painted a clear picture about the standpoint where we are, that however much we continue to focus on global funding, especially on climate financing, we may still hit a dead end. So I think as we make our declaration, we may probably need to rethink. Maybe I would like to inquire from you, how can we rethink our climate financing, especially in the African context? Because the Africa group, even if we rally around the seeds and the LDC, the Global North is determined, because for them they have actually said they are not going to be liable for the the climate actions and climate change. So do you think that we still have an opportunity, especially going forward, to try and see that we can realign our domestic, either at national or at a continental level, to look inward within our countries, to realign our budgets, to focus on how we can fund our climate actions in light of realigning our priorities as a country? Because we are vulnerable, and indeed the Global North may not be really held liable. I know that someone introduced themselves to be someone from the Green Climate Fund. For example, Uganda has received, I think, about $24 million from the GCF. But time and again, when we try to ask how that money is being spent, we don't get the clear question because of the limitation of the Paris Agreement, which establishes what we call the DSE, the designated entity, that the money goes through the designated entity, in this case the Ministry of Water and Environment. So how do we navigate that, especially amplifying the role of civil society? Then finally, funding of the NDCs. The framework, all of us from the different African countries, we have our NDCs, and the challenge is that even when you put together all the NDCs at the African continent, we don't even, when you aggregate them, we don't actually achieve the target that we are supposed to be having as a group. But also the funding, when we look at, for example, our own NDC, we need to mobilize about $28.1 billion by 2030. That's an average of about 4.5 billion per year. So, is it possible, in light of what you're recommending, that we can actually say that the funding of NDC should form a core principle or a core probably provision in some of these investment agreements? Because a case in the point is that, like now you see the contestation which we're having right now in Uganda about the climate activists pushing back on issues of ECOP and all that, the carbon taxes. And in light of the carbon trade mechanism that we've been talking about, how do we, for example, position our countries, especially as the Africa group, to see that we're able to innovate and from the domestic sources? So how do we position ourselves, especially in light of the resources we have, to say that we fund our NDCs sustainably? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we just have to get the rest. We get introduced to the next session that will be handled immediately after lunch. So I request Comrade Jen to, should we start with, okay.
The issue of the rights of farmers and breeders, for me, I think it's the contestation between farmers' rights, the rights of the people, the rights of the environment on the one hand, and the corporate rights. And it also goes back to what we were discussing yesterday and all throughout our discussion, the issue of balancing rights and obligations between the corporations, the people, and the environment. In fact, when you look at the CFTA, and it goes back to what Vahini was saying, the way CFTA was also crafted, you know, it's a liberalization, and even the way, in fact, Vahini, we have a colleague who also was participating at Tete, who was participating. He also started raising a number of issues. He was kicked out. He never participated again. You know, so when you look at even the laws we have passed, by the way, the Plant Varieties Bill acts in our countries. Kenya, I think Kenya is the one which passed a very draconian law, you know, where you criminalize the sharing of seeds, indigenous seeds, and the punishment is 1 million and maybe 5 years in prison if you are caught sharing indigenous seeds, and you know, so it's about the whole issue is about money, private sector, corporate interests against the interests of the people. And that's why maybe we need to put on the agenda the issue of WUPOV 91, you know, where most of our seed laws are based. So, thanks.
Thank you so much, Comrade Jane, for that. So, I think the rapporteur has captured that. We need to put on the parking lot the issue of the International Convention on Protection of New Varieties of Plants as part of what we will discuss.
Thank you, Herbert, and thank you, Jane. I just wanted to say 2 things. The first one is a little bit on a, actually the 2 things are a little bit positive comments. The first one is that I'm reading the sort of the most up-to-date protocol for investment of the CFTA, yeah? And it's very interesting. What is very positive here, and I think I should be corrected, because I think what Vahini was saying, it's indeed true that the investment protocol or the CFTA is much better than than what I thought. I'm just going to read 1 point when it comes to the relationship with other international investment agreements. And Article 49, numeral 1, says that existing BITs concluded between the state parties of the CFTA shall be terminated within 5 years of entry into force of this protocol. Upon termination of existing BITs concluded between the state parties, their supervisory clauses shall also be terminated. This is actually quite advanced, but also hints at one of the questions that was made on the first day, that can BITs be terminated? Yes, they can be terminated. Think, for example, maybe if they are here in the Netherlands could actually say, you know what, we are going to terminate this unilaterally, and no survival clause will be entered into force. Do you, other parties, agree with my proposal? And if other parties agree, clearly this can be terminated. Now, this is, I think, a little bit of a positive note, because I think this can be terminated. And the second one is that I was a little bit anxious when I was listening to Comrade Edgar, when he was talking about that we need to look into the whole puzzle to be able to achieve systemic change. Of course, I think that's what it is. But let's not forget that trade and investment are 2 separate things. Agreements were pushed into free trade agreements, and we needed to work in both of them together, because investment was included into trade, which is a totally different thing. When we talk about value chains and we need to look into the interest of the players, yes, of course, but I think this event and the work on investment agreements needed to have its own space, because they are about different things. Everything is interrelated because it's about a process of accumulation and disposition of the system upon the global. But there are different pieces of the system that oppress and dispossess differently. And I think investment agreements are very specific in the way in which they provide super right to investors above the democracy, about the sovereignty of states that in the purpose of attracting investment have signed these monstrous instruments. And I think we need to really look at it of a little bit separated. Yes, it's part of the bigger puzzle, but I think it served and it deserved this space to be able to be understood in its own way. And I hope that that is one of the outcomes of this space, that now we understand better what is wrong with these investment agreements. And I hope that was a positive comment, that it is fine, that maybe if we win this battle, we are not winning the war, but one step at a time.
Thank you so much. So in that spirit of one step at a time, we're not going to deal with the next session now. It's one step at a time. We will first have our lunch and then come back. But I would like to take us through and give some guidance in terms of what the session will be about. And in fact, the theme for the next session is very interesting. Squeezing the juice, synthesizing key takeaways and crafting actionable strategies. So we're going to get to squeezing the juice. I hope you're all ready for that. Yes, tell your neighbor it's time for us to get set for squeezing the juice. Of course, I know you can't, but I have to say it aloud for all of us to get to it. So we already know some groups that are existing. Do we? The same groups we had yesterday. Do we still remember? You can appoint new leadership. There's democracy. You can if they were leading you in the wrong way, misleading, you can choose new leadership. But I would imagine that this is solidarity and we can continue with that. Titled, Squeezing the Juice, Synthesizing Key Takeaways and Crafting Actionable Strategies, will be after we've come back from our lunch, but we're not going to come back in the room here. We will go to the groups. So it's upon all of us to be each other's keeper. Look out for your group mates and call them to order to get to your groups. Because we'll be saving on time instead of convening here and then announcing again. Comrades, I know there are some of the comrades who are not in the room. We could actually do it afresh in terms of saying 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, so that we avoid the other, maze of looking for those that are not here. So when they come, they will join and then make their contributions. Is that okay? Thank you, thank you. So the discussions are basically going to be about reflecting from where we started. What are those issues coming up? What are the gaps? But of course, when we cite any gaps, we have to look at formulating actionable strategies. And this is actually meant all aimed at leveraging collective knowledge. All the insights that we've been sharing, the wonderful insights. But also our core business is policy advocacy. We're looking at policy influencing. We're looking at policy reform, old deform, whatever you may call it. But also the long-term systemic change. So we're looking at a number of questions are going to guide the breakout groups. But this is going to be based on the key takeaways from the forum since we started. And this Civil Society Forum is on aligning investment policy frameworks to climate and sustainable development goals. So we should operate within that framework. within the theme, but also within the spirit of alternatives, reshaping, reimagining, and a lot much more in that direction. So the breakout groups, before we get there, the number of questions, I know some of us might not have the program, but I may have to send an email through the same email that we used for the draft declaration. I will send this as a piece of information so that we are clear on what we need to do. But we will break into those thematic working groups, and based on the different areas of expertise, all interests, climate change, trade policy, investment treaties, human and labor rights, advocacy and policy influencing, but also the issues that we discussed, land rights and agriculture, we will address and respond to the following questions. 1, what were the big takeaways from the discussion so far on aligning investment policy frameworks to climate and sustainable development goals? The other one is, which insights resonate the most with your work and experience? The third, what new ideas or perspectives emerged that could be instrumental for change? Fourth, what specific actions can be taken at the national, regional, and international levels to advance the alignment of investment policies with climate and sustainable development goals? Additional guidance, each group will develop issues identified, and then after all those discussions, that should last between 30 to 45 minutes, we will come back because there will be presentations reporting back. So each group should assign someone, a rapporteur, to capture, to actually type, so that the reporting back is easier, because we will need to project and share with the rapporteurs and all of us. And so my colleague at the back, Comrade Eres, has the coupons for lunch, so she will handle that. Comrade Chantel is also supporting that process. I will be sending the email shortly. In case you miss to receive it, give me a heads up and I will do the needful. So thank you for being so active and engaging. The rest is still on. Enjoy your lunch and come back in one piece. In case we are too tired to engage actively, of course there will be an energizer in your respective groups. So the group leads should guide in order to stimulate how to get the juice out of our heads. So squeezing the juice is not about the actual juice. It's about reflecting, it's about getting things done and finalized. So all the best, enjoy your lunch. Comrades, we agreed to do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So can we, depending. Then you better do it now. The press conference will be tomorrow at 11. Tomorrow actually will end with the press conference. I have been already told that the business that we have to do is nearly 90% done. But it's all possible because of your active participation. So I would like to invite Comrade Admire. He will tell us more about the group, the composition of the group. He will tell us more about the composition of the group, the issues they discussed, and I would like to hand over to you to take us through.
Thank you, Herbert. I'm given 10 minutes, so on that basis, I will not speak a lot about the composition of the group. but I will just indicate that I'm a second-hand chair. I was advised by the group to be clear on that so that I don't take the powers of the chair of the group, Faith Lumonya, who was chairing. So friends and comrades, I'm representing group 3. We deliberated on the first question. What were the big takeaways from the discussions so far on aligning investment policies with climate goals and SDGs? Some of the key issues that emerged, one is that we have a better understanding of how treaties are affecting, the investment treaties are affecting climate change. Secondly, we are understanding that different African countries are embracing Pan-Africanism differently. They are implementing the continental frameworks in different ways. For example, if we talk about the Africa Mining Vision, the Lagos Plan of Action, all these, the manner in which they are being implemented in different African countries are different. We also discussed that investment is inducing climate change in different ways. Investment policies are also driving debt and further reinforcing fiscal policy challenges in our countries. We discussed the need for countries to understand their peculiar issues so that this informs decisions around investment policy. We also discussed that domestic laws need to be delinked from contracts so that governments go into these contracts with the corporations clearly and with coherence. We discussed the need to close major gaps in terms of negotiations with on treaties and contracts with the different states, particularly for CSOs to backstop African government with substantial research and concrete presentations. We also discussed the need or the understanding that our problems are emanating from governance and leadership. So we thought this will be critical, that we appreciate that most of our problems, they are governance and leadership problems. We also had a renounced understanding that it's not just about attracting FDIs, but rather investments that can contribute to sustainable development, economic, environmental, political, among other facets of development. Then on question number 2, what insights resonate the most with the work and our experiences? Our response is that the conversation we had for the past 3 days, they resonate well with our work as environmental rights defenders, human rights defenders, as we are involved in strategic interest litigation, economic justice advocates, social justice activists, gender justice champions, women rights advocates, as Pan-Africanists, among other things. In summary, we indicated that we are right at the front line when it comes to the issues that we're debating in this room. Going to point number 3, what new ideas emerged or perspectives emerged that could be instrumental for change? The first is the need to institutionalize the involvement of CSOs in these processes. The second is that the exclusion under the arbitration clause, disputes arising from a human rights violation should be included in investment agreements or investment contracts. The urgent need to enhance CSO capacity across diverse thematic areas for their effective participation. Point number 4, that the just energy transition and critical minerals debate is an essential aspect that must be strategically approached in investment policy regimes. Proceeding to question number 4, what specific actions can be taken at national, regional, or international levels. So at national, we are recommending the review of country investment policy regimes. Secondly, the alignment of NDCs and NAPs with investment strategies. And point number 3, the need for a carbon trade regulatory framework. At regional level, we recommend that the RECs have climate change acts, the AFCFTA be reviewed and aligned with aspirations of Agenda 2063, harmonizing the climate finance mechanisms and investment, and coming up with a sustainable energy access climate action, and aligning debt swaps and restructuring with investment policies. Lastly, on international, we discussed the need for the agreements to be binding under the UN frameworks, the need for the WTO to have a clear institutional framework that allows non-state actors participation, and lastly, the need to strengthen and enhance the non-judicial mechanism of independent accountability. So in summary, this is what we discussed in Group 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Admire, for doing that in record time. And I'm hoping that the next group that is coming, Chantel, who is presenting? Okay. So, Comrade Edgar, you'll be the last. Ladies first, of course, it's intentional. Yes. Which one? Is someone protesting that Chantel shouldn't? Okay, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, sorry, it's good evening now. From Group 2, I'll start with our first question. What were the big takeaways from the discussion so far on aligning investment policies with climate goals, with climate and social and SDGs? We started with the investments tend to be at the expense of the environment. The state is very ready to sacrifice natural forests for sugarcane plantations and hotels. In Uganda, we had the incident where they were going to take over Maria Forest for sugarcane plantations, which ends up displacing very many people. And then these investment treaties come with a lot of promises, and we have a lot of expectations. They are what we'd call these days overhyped, but they do not meet our expectations. Then also, as a region, we are speaking in different voices, as has been voiced very concurrently in these discussions. We have to have synergy with each other, but have in mind our different economic goals and economic capacities. Then there is deliberate effort in making citizens leave their land for investments. They are being constantly pushed out. Then there is promotion of inclusivity and human rights in legislations, the rules, the policies, protocols, and business agreements is very important. Then we also have to look at model agreements, have model agreements that everyone agrees on, and we include all matters that are internationally accepted standards that are contained in other investment treaties, and have ingredients for inclusive participatory development. There is need to incorporate climate financing mechanisms in our investment protocols to address the various misalignments. Then we also noted that there is little to no political will, but it should be dominant, and there is overindulgence of investors. There should be legal commercial mandates, political obligations on both the government but mostly they have the investors in mind. When it comes to enforcement, our enforcement laws and regulations also favor the investors. And then we continuously pay for promises that we made during these agreements, so we should be very careful when making these agreements what we promise. For example, you can tell them we are going to give you X amount of land in a certain area, but when you give them, let's say, half of it, they'll come again and demand for the other half in very heavy measures. Then we had a small side session. How do we ensure that CSOs find their space? We said strategic litigation, and also engaging all stakeholders. Then question number 2, which insights resonate the most with your work and experience? From Comrade Ladu, we had our biggest weapon is our voice. We have to use it to make impactful change. The more we are exposed to such manner of discussions, we appreciate ideas better and pass them over better. Then John from Action Aid shared with us the great work they're doing on the UN binding treaties on business and human rights. They're interested in contributing towards the United Nations framing on what should be the model treaty that we should go by. Yes, and also promoting gender equality and equity in investment policies and as an inclusive in human rights issues. Then there was also the aspect of illicit financial flows. We need to build networks to advocate for government to address illicit financial flows. Then from Christina, we had the angle on business and human rights, the binding treaty, the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. From where they sit, they advise government on compliance and international regional obligations on human rights, also overseeing the NAP on business and human rights, and also policy actions in review of the existing treaties. Then from Isaac, we heard that it's important for countries to increase our developing capacities and go with something to the tables so that we can get the best out of these negotiations. We might not be in position to benefit, even if we have very good laws, if we do not increase our development capacity. Then from Professor Rob Davis, he said we have to look increasingly to investments within the continent and use models to persuade others who come in and show them how they can benefit, but also develop productive capacity and value chains. Then question 3, what new ideas have emerged from the discussion that could be very instrumental for change? We have been talking about constantly review of all our BITs and related trade instruments on a massive scale. And we should not look at them in an individualistic manner, but holistically. Then we also need to be very alert and have tracking systems. And those that are about to expire. Then we should also have mechanisms that sort out on issues for ourselves and not rely constantly on the global north. Then we should have a clean hands clause that states that countries should perform their obligations in a clean manner. And if they fail to do so, then, from what I understood from the clean hands clause, we should have a clean hands clause so that investors can perform their duties in a clean manner. And if they fail, yes, then we have a problem with access to information in different countries. The existing laws do not allow us to disclose information. Like in Uganda, we had the oil sharing agreement that was highly redacted. The information was given to particular parties, And within that agreement, there was a clause of non-disclosure, so we could not share the information. And then Professor also emphasized that we should look at how these countries are making their own treaties and agreements before they put such clauses in agreements with us. Yes, then we should be part of the decision making. We have to be cautious about creating places where we are only CSOs or we are only governments. Our voices will not be heard. And then there must be institutionalized arrangements that are inclusive as possible. Then it is also important to own the human and labor rights part of the agenda. Otherwise, they can be used to punish us and exclude us in agreements. Then what specific actions can be taken at the national, regional, and international levels? The CSOs must prioritize capacity building on knowledge and skills, building them at national, regional, and international levels. Then benchmarking. We should learn from what has been done by others and how they have done it. Then in terms of enhancing the capacity of CSOs, there should be effective collaboration on short-term, very immediate, and long-term. Collaboration by having as many friends as you can to identify communities where you share the same difficulties, same goals. Comrade Ivan termed it as short-term urgent actions. He gave an example of the Ecuador case. So during your free time, you can interact with him to elaborate more on that. Then there was ignorance while signing these agreements. The states may not be aware of what they are signing and the implications of what they are signing. So we should sit with them, find a way to collaborate and guide them to sign better agreements. Then have CSO networks to highlight key issues and give alternative reports, because we all have different modes of research, and gather all sorts of information. Then also we should identify our allies at a national, regional, and international level. Then also have independent monitoring systems of investment policies and engage stakeholders heavily to push for change. Thank you. That was it from Group 2.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So lastly, Comrade Edgar. Lastly, and we are good on time. We're actually doing it 10 minutes. Yeah, I like how we are using time.
All right. I've sent you. You've seen it. All right. All right. So the first question: what were the big takeaways from the discussion on aligning investment policies with climate change and SDGs? So we decided to go to the SDGs and list them and basically start discussing that. So SDG 2 on ending malnutrition and hunger. You know, investments that are aligned in the agricultural sector must strive to address food security. So this whole idea of large-scale investments in land across the continent, there's a need to basically ensure that even though these acquisitions are coming in across the continent, they actually are used to address SDG 2, which talks about malnutrition and hunger, because then there's no point of bringing an investment to basically grow food and take it out of the continent at a time when people are struggling. To notice is you have large tracts of land that are being used for the purposes of carbon credits and the whole climate change issue. And, you know, who was writing this? The whole idea about carbon credits was to sort of ensure, you know, this whole idea of trade in carbon, you know, the commodification of the whole process. that we need to ensure that there's a trickle-down effect, because sometimes you have situations where, you know, people are able to set aside large tracts of land, are able to get benefits from carbon crediting, then the same do not trickle down people who are affected by climate change. So how can we be able to ensure that whatever is made in terms of carbon credits across the region is able to be used to be able to mitigate the deleterious impacts of climate change and be able to address the situation as it arises? That's the second thing that we thought about. The other thing that we discussed is then the question of, you know, SDG 2, how do treaties align to the question of just energy transition? Because we were noting that, you know, there's a lot of situations, if you look across the continent, there's energy poverty. So, you know, in talking about climate change and SDGs, you cannot talk about investment agreements that address the issues of climate change and not talk about energy security for the African continent. So to what extent are we getting into agreements that actually promote energy security? Do we, for example, talk about making, you know, infrastructure projects that produce electricity, but then that electricity is exported out of the continent, like was happening around North Africa? Or do we talk about how can you be able to have a situation where you are exporting power or selling power to other places, but then the availability, accessibility, and pricing of that power is not available to the local consumer who suffers from energy poverty? So those are things we are trying to discuss there. Then we came to energy, SDG 7. SDG 7 basically addresses the issue that I've mentioned of energy poverty, and you know, the question of critical minerals across the African continent. How do we use these minerals to facilitate the energy transition and address the question of energy poverty and address, you know, to change the status quo? So we also went to SDG 9. One of the things that SDG 9 talks about is infrastructure. And, you know, we're looking at all the contestations that we have about infrastructure across the continent. So, you know, you have, you wake up and talk about the program for infrastructure development in Africa. That is one of the hallmark features of Agenda 2063. So granted you have that, that's the master plan. But then you sit down and say you're going to include multinational companies sitting on the decision-making table to decide how you're going to structure such infrastructure. It becomes problematic in the sense that if you're talking about having, for example, energy security across the continent, and the critical minerals that are required for some of those processes are being exported. If you try to build infrastructure that addresses like development across the continent, it becomes problematic because then the people who are making the decisions want mine to port type of infrastructure. But then that limits your ability to be able to use that infrastructure to be able to talk about the kind of integration we are looking at the continent. So because of that, you end up with what we call this market integration. It's quite advanced across the African continent because that's just basically dropping tariffs. But then no one talks about the productive capacities as well as the infrastructure required to be able to move goods and services across the continent. So that's basically development integration and what it needs to be fostered to be able to do those things. There was the question of SDG 8, which talks about decent work. Investment policies should be aligned to ensure there's quality of work in the type of investments that are done at local level. So, you know, if you have the kind of investments that we see across the continent, you are creating special economic processing zones, which are important in terms of trying to attract investment. But then the labor conditions in some of these places are quite deplorable, and they don't have a connection. It's almost like they are sort of detached from the national obligations that come in with the national labor laws, and then the workers who work in these spaces do not have the same rights as you would be able to. They cannot unionize, they cannot do a lot of things, and because of that, then the quality of work and the decent jobs, the availability of decent jobs in these spaces is not available, because then you want to reduce the obligations available to the investor. So yes, you're getting the investment, but then do we question the quality of investment that is coming out in this space to be able to get a sense of how to be able to address that? Now, we talked about which insights, second question, which insights resonate the most with your work and experience, and what new ideas and perspectives emerge from that could be instrumental for change? Now, in these discussions, we discussed and said there's a need. One of the things that came out clearly was out of the work and the discussions we had today, there's a need to have a linkage between trade and industrial policy, as well as other auxiliary policy domains that need to be addressed, especially in this changing environment. So there was the argument that some of these investment agreements exacerbate poverty by taking away resources meant for development to cover legal fees. So, you have this contestation between, you've been sued at an international forum, you're spending so much money because most of the time governments are forced to contract international law firms. And the fees that is paid in these disputes is not small. Some of it forces states to divert critically needed resources from various development programs, and then these resources are deployed to be able to pay for the legal fees. Yeah, but in the event that they win, they're not able to recoup those resources from the investor. But then, so the investor has recourse to be able to recoup resources in case they win. But in case the government win, then you don't have a duality in terms of the availability of the same kind of benefits accruing to them. We talked about the question of corporate sustainability and due diligence, and how it can be used to hold investment companies accountable. So there was the discussion about, you have all these emerging frameworks that talk about corporate accountability. You can talk about the UN voluntary framework. You can talk about the corporate sustainability due diligence framework of the EU. You can talk about the proposed UN treaty at that level. So there was a competition between all these processes taking and happening at the same time. What are we going to be able to sort of do about them? Now, in this discussion, we say that priority should be placed on developing a multilateral binding regime to be able to cover everyone. Because what is happening, you have a bit of cherry picking, that the EU will wake up and say, well, we have the corporate sustainability due diligence framework, but then it has thresholds that companies have to have invested, 450 million euros, 1,000 workers, and for some of those investments that fall below the threshold, that then therefore means you're going to have a certain threshold of investments that are not covered by these obligations. So what happens in that case then, because they are left to the vagaries of, they are not accountable to their home governments in Europe, and for countries that do not have national action plans at this level, it becomes a problem, because then you can't account back at home, and you can't account in the investing country because you don't have a framework to be able to bring you to account. So it's important to have like an overarching framework at the UN level, so that you avoid the cherry picking that is happening at continental level with what we've seen with the Europe CS3D. Climate change regimes should be designed in a manner that ensures access to ecosystem services and infrastructure by vulnerable groups. This is important because, if you look at the investments that are coming in to address the question of climate change, you might exclude. So for example, in the case of forests, there's the blanket condemnation and telling some of these communities to move away because, sit down and let's just preserve this carbon sink and be able to use it for carbon credits. But then you know, you don't address the question of access to ecosystem services and infrastructure. So the women will go there, look for firewood. People will go fishing, for example. So do you, how do you counterbalance between the competing interests? Do you at least allow communities to be able to access ecosystem services and infrastructure from them, while at the same time getting investments? Or do you just prioritize the investments into climate change regimes at the expense of communities being able to access ecosystem services and infrastructure? Because that has a gender component to it. Some of the women depend on this forest to be able to access those services. You have communities that rely on things such as medicines and all that. So there's discussion around how to balance those interests and be able to come up with a middle ground on, in that respect. There are transformative approaches of new ideas. I think, I'm not sure, someone was typing, I'm not able to read through some of this. Anyway, let me go to the specific actions that can be taken at the national, regional, and international levels to advance the alignment of investment policies with climate and SDG goals. So at national level, there should be termination of old model investment agreements. It's a very big ask, but then if you look at the commitments that have been made at the ACFTA investment protocol so far, is that at a certain point then you have a sunset for old model BITs. So at national level, a deliberate effort to honor that kind of commitment and basically bring a close to some